Hey, what's good, brother? I think that Josh didn't inform you, but I stepped down, and the brothers that's gonna be reading from now on is Kev J, Isaiah, and Kel Abru. So that's who will be doing it. Yeah. Oh, I appreciate that, brother. Thank you for the invite.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Where's I haven't heard anything from Kev of the J. There he is. Kev of the J, what'd he do?
What's going on, brother? Shabbat shalom to your family.
Shabbat shalom to you, my brother.
Good to be
Good
here,
to see you. How you doing, man?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Let me go to the back and get a couple of things right quick. Y'all keep the part. You know what to do, Kevin J. I'll be right back. Give me about 2 minutes.
You got it. You got it, man. Hey, Shabbat shalom to everybody. What's up, Gideon? What's up, sis, Jeff? Shabbat shalom to the entire family, man.
Hey, shalom to you, brother, and everybody else on the stage.
Yeah, I wanted to share some pictures with y'all too, man. Brother Josh, Brother Josh he did his things with the kids, man, and hey, he didn't tell me to do it, but I really wanted to share. He sent me some photos, and I really wanted to share them with the family, man. He was really doing this thing, and it was happy for me to see him, just take part with a lot of those kids. I think he was like getting them haircuts, and I remember, being a kid and didn't have any things, and it would have been good for somebody to do that for me. So I'm trying to figure out a way to share some of these photos, but either way, I'm trying to put them in there before these get kicked off here. I'm gonna put it in the chat. But man, obviously, by the way, too, thank everybody for your prayers. With me, I appreciate everybody who prayed for me. Obviously, going through some things, but hey, the Lord is good, man, and we are here full strength. The Lord is on His throne, and we doing what we're supposed to do, man. All praise to the Most High.
I'm going to restart my computer real quick. I will be right back.
Ooh, here I be. Yes. Where is my charger? Here it is. Sorry about that, y'all. I had to find my charger to my phone. Last thing I need is the Clubhouse people getting cut off because my phone dies. They don't hear nothing, y'all. Yes, indeed. See, Ren of the Dust is up. Let me go ahead and bring him in. That's another one of my ones.
Oh, hey, brother Josh.
Kev of the Dust. What's up with you, Ren? I mean, Kev of the Jack. I heard those encouraging words, man. I really appreciate that too, man. I try to do something for the kids. Been doing this since I was 16 years old. Been working with the youth since I was a youth, right? Because y'all know, Brother Josh really do love the kids, man. I care about the kids. I care about our American youth.
Yeah,
Yo,
I'm trying to
Jimmy,
I
get
got a lot.
I'm trying to put a few pictures in the chat real quick. A couple. You sent me a lot, but give me 1 second.
yo,
Yeah,
Gideon, you there?
that's cool.
Yo, do you mind accepting my friend request on Discord? All right, appreciate it.
You got to catch them in the moment, Ren. You got to catch them in the moment. I'm gonna start calling that dude. Y'all know I gave Gideon about 15 nicknames. Start calling him Ghost Dion. Because once he ghosts, that's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? That is a wrap. Gideon will disappear until further notice. And he comes back when he's ready to come back. But he's a busy guy. And I had him in mind as well when I did this class, because y'all know Gideon cares a lot about the youth as well. This is why he's out here doing it. He's protecting our youth all day, every day he can. That's what he does. You follow what I'm saying? And so at the end of the day, this class had him in mind as well, right? So y'all got to give shout outs to my guy, Gideon, for that work that he put in. Y'all know what I mean? Got to give shout out. Y'all get them W's in the chat for my guy. I'm giving Gideon, Kevin J an opportunity to do what he doing. And then y'all know how we do after that.
Hey, Josh, can you hear
Just
me?
trying to-
I had to switch on my.
I
I
can
had
hear
to
you.
switch. Hey, man, really quick, man, before we get started, man. Hey, just all praises to, man. I love the pictures. I put a few in the chat for y'all to check them out, man. And for me, this is more than a lesson. This is my top 5 lesson because this is a lesson that you taught without saying one word. This is showing the people that you're leading with the fruits of the Spirit. This is something that we all should be doing. You know what I'm saying? I used to go with a couple of brothers with BRC. We go feed the homeless every year in Chicago. I did it. I missed it last year. I want to get back to doing this. But I was one of these kids, bro, on the South Side. But you know what I'm saying? You, like, a lot of times when school start, we don't have nothing. So when I see people do something like this, I want the family to see that you are not just talking about things, you're doing things as well. And I know you didn't ask me to do it. I am going to keep on putting a few pictures in there before, since it can come back. I don't want to be on my grass. Sorry, but I'm going to put a few more in there for everybody to see, man. But I just wanted the family to see what you're doing. And hey, man, it's wonderful. It was everyone you sent me, man. It brought back memories for me. Because I remember being these little kids right here. That was me. We go to school with hand-me-downs. You know what I'm saying? I didn't always have a fresh pair of shoes. Didn't have a haircut starting school. You know what I'm saying? You just, it means a lot to kids at that age to have someone do that for them. And I just wanted the family to see that because that's a lesson in and of itself. Take the lesson in. Do what you got to do because this is one of the best lessons that you've given. Because you didn't say one word, but look at the faces of these kids. Look at you, how your reaction. This is not something that's made up. This is not like something this act. It's not an act. This is real life, and you're doing this. And I think that you always giving people their flowers, man. So I just wanted to give you yours. When I seen this, man, absolutely overwhelming. I just want to say I'm appreciative to be under you and you as my teacher when I seen this type of thing. So thank you so much, man, for doing what you do, and may the Lord continue to bless you, man.
Praise God. Kevin J. Praise God. Can't be all talk with it, y'all. We got to be out here about it for real, for real. You know what I'm saying? And we got to keep looking out for these kids. That's why one of the reasons why I'm doing this class, man. And y'all know I'm about to throw y'all a curveball again. Y'all already know how I do, don't y'all? Like, here you go again. How you doing, by the way, Gideon? If you're still there, can you hear me, bro? How you doing, man? Did you catch the latest one or the latest two? The latest two, Gideon. Praise God. Praise God. When Gate of the Dust? What you talking about? Brother Josh, bro, jacked. Who? Kev of the Dust? I mean, on Kevin J? Who you talking about? See, what happened is Kev of the J sent me his workout routine. It all it had, like, you know how these workout routines have like your daily workout, you know, routines and stuff. He sent me a pamphlet of what he do. It just had one big page and one sentence. It just said get jacked. That's all it said do. That's it. It ain't have any other instructions. It just said get jacked. And that's what I tried to do. But yeah, you can see that I don't put on some muscle mass because, you know, I've been influenced by my guy. That's for real though. Like, he'll tell you I've been talking to him and I've been trying to put on some muscle mass. You know what I'm saying? In the Kev of the Jack program. And he's just showing y'all some pictures in the chat before we get started. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's a good brother right there, man. Like, you know, Kevin of the J, he do a lot for this ministry, man. I'm glad you caught them guys too, GDN. I listened to what you were saying too, man. Cause man, some of these guys you be catching, man. This gonna sound weird the way I'm gonna word this, GDN. But I miss old-fashioned pedophiles. These guys right here, these some type that you be catching, bro. This like some new aged, mutated pedophile stuff that you catching, bro. You follow what I'm saying? Like they be on something different. You feel me? Like back in the day, it was simple. Older guys, and in some cases, older women messing with children. The end. Lock them up, get them. The end. Right? It was real simple. It was still jacked up. Don't get it twisted. Still wrong. But it was simple. These pedophiles, these predators that Gideon be catching, it's like, what? They're twisted. You got a dude got a diaper fetish and ew, like, ew. You know what I'm saying? Bad enough you molesting the kids. You got to gross them out too. Dang. But this how bad this world don't got, y'all. This world don't got so bad that we long for the days of just regular bad. That makes sense to y'all? Do that make sense the way I'm wording it? Right? This world don't got so evil, we long for the days of old school bad, when it wasn't that bad.
Right. Facts. You
know what I'm saying? These guys right here, boy. And let me tell y'all something, man. It takes some discipline for Gideon on more than one part. Because for one, he has to be able to, you know, stay in character and don't let them get to him. But in another, I know some of the stuff he hear, he personally want to choke these people out. And it's only going to intensify, Gideon, when you get your own kids. I already know you got nephews and stuff, so you already understand it. Don't get it twisted. I'm not saying you can't relate. But God willing, you get your own kids, it's really going to hit home if you're still going after these predators, because you're going to be always thinking in your mind, what if they did that to my child? And the way they just casually talk about it with you with no remorse at all, like, all right, keep playing with me. But we finna get into this thing. Y'all know how we do it. Kev of the J, first of all, glad to see you here today. I wanted to ask you, what do you think today's class is going to be about? Can you hear me, Kevin J?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I hear you. Yes.
My bad, man. My bad. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I got you, man. Sorry about that. I'm pretty sure you can throw a curveball. I already know. But child disciples, man, I'm going to say maybe going towards the kids that are I know you talked a lot about some of our prodigies and some of our young folks. I think my man Space put in there order. I'm going to roll with Space on that one. I think it's about the child prodigies, possibly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna roll with
Okay.
that. I'm gonna roll with that. Am I rolling with that? I'm gonna roll with that. I'm gonna roll with that.
That's a pretty good guess, but not quite.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate it.
You in the neighborhood though. Y'all know y'all in the neighborhood. Y'all in the neighborhood. Right? Gideon, any ideas? Any guess? Ooh, nice. But no. Close though. In the neighborhood. Close, but no. I got to throw y'all curveballs. And I know when I put these classes together with the titles, y'all know I already anticipate what I think y'all are going to think it's talking about. You follow what I'm saying? Y'all know that, right? So that's why I call them curveballs. Ren of the Dust, Dusty Ren, Ren 1010, Ren and Stimpy. What you think it's going to be about?
I think it's going to be about how you should maybe teach your children, like how the Bible says, like, teach your children like the way of God and they should never stray from it. And maybe like what that looks like.
Of course. That's a given though. I can't talk about child disciples without talking about how we're supposed to teach our kids. So you couldn't go wrong with that guess. But there's still more to it than that. Right? So very good, very good. Any thoughts, Sister Keanu, the RN for the win? Keanu? There you go.
I'm not sure, honestly.
Have I intimidated you that much, Sister Keanu, that you said I'm not even gonna try because this dude be tripping?
I mean, this
That what it is?
is the second time in a long time that I have not given an answer.
Right. You don't trust old Otis?
No.
She's like, nope. She said, nope. She just kept it real. You know what I'm saying? Nope. If all y'all that don't know that reference, that's on Martin. When he was Otis, when he was the protectors of Gina and Pam, and they said they ain't trust. He's like, you don't trust old Otis? They were like, no. But let me go and get my camera on, make sure everybody can see me. Can I be seen?
Gotcha.
Can I be seen? Okay, y'all? I'm good. Y'all got to forgive me. My allergies be acting up sometimes, which is weird because my allergies usually be falling off around this time of the year. And just to let you know, up ahead, Sister Keanu, I'm gonna have some stuff that we're gonna be looking up. I ain't gonna beat on you too bad like I did last week, because I know I had you doing some research last week, right? So we're finna get this thing started. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to another edition of The Absolute Truth. This is the Bible study that focuses on the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth concerning the Word of God, while leaving out all personal. Is a brother for me who I consider to be a spiritual big brother to me, both in this word, both in deed and in working out, getting me on the path of fitness, getting my body right and helping me keep my mind right. Y'all know who he is. This is the one, the only Kev of the jacked Kevin J. Go ahead, Kevin J.
Hey, man, I'm not really that jacked. But hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that, dear brother. As always, man, no, it's a pleasure obviously coming and helping you get this word out, man. It's always a pleasure being here with the family, of course. Thanks for all your prayers, man. And obviously, knowing that I'm trying to, encourage you, get the fitness on as well. Hey, I encourage everybody who's doing it as well, man. Y'all, a lot of people who know me, y'all know I'm big into my spiritual family, getting in shape and getting healthy and trying to take care of themselves, man. So I'll praise to God for that. And hey, I'm always humble, as we talked about, and humility is my big thing right now. So hey, man, all praise to the Most High. Shabbat shalom to everyone, our elders, teachers, and everybody on stage.
Praise God, praise God. And I always consider it a pleasure and a privilege to have you read for us, and look forward to any and all comments you'll have about today's class. And I think you're going to have a few. right? And of course, also joining us on the stage is the matriarch and co-pastor of Mint Ministries. I like to call it Mint Condition Ministries, meaning it never gets old, it never decays. This is the RN for the win. Y'all give it up for Sister Keanu. How you doing today, sister?
Shabbat shalom, everybody. I am blessed to be here. I am looking forward to today's lesson, whatever it may be about. Y'all lock in and let's learn something new today.
Praise God, praise God. And you know, I appreciate what you and Tommy X have been doing for this ministry from day one. And I look forward to any and all commentary you may have as well. And also on stage is one of our newest additions to ABT, the youth coming in for the win. This is the one, the only Ren of the Dust. Go ahead, Ren. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good, brother Josh. Thank you for that introduction. And I'm just curious about what you're gonna teach today in this word and how you're gonna go with the lesson.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And how old are you again, Ren?
I'm 21.
21. Another one of these youngsters, one of these prodigies. I had y'all in mind when I put this together. Praise God. And speaking of youth prodigies, we can't forget about Brother Gideon, 24 years young and already changing the world on a global scale, y'all. Y'all got to understand this. Gideon got eyes on him worldwide. This brother is international. So when he gave his life to Christ, it wasn't just the United States, or rededicated his life, I should say. It wasn't just the United States that saw it. When this guy's out here catching these predators, it's not just us and the United States that's watching. The whole world is watching and being edified by what he's doing out here in these streets and his walk in this word. I want y'all to understand that at only the age of 24, y'all got to give it up for my guy, Gideon. Got to give it up for him, man. This man is out here doing the Lord's work at his own peril, by the way, y'all, because this is some dangerous stuff that he's doing. Y'all got to understand that, man. At his own peril. And he be serious about getting them. And let me tell you, I told Gideon the other day, man, he should have been a negotiator, you know, like negotiate with terrorists, or the guy that talks people off the ledge when they're about to jump. Gideon should have been that, man, because I don't think Gideon talk some guys, some of these predators back from F you, leave me alone, to having a casual conversation and laughing with them. I'm just going to tell it. I'm going to say what it is, Gideon. Just like I told you, that is a master of manipulation. I mean, my God, the guy ain't took one psychology course, like me, where you learn about psychology and stuff. This is all natural, right? So y'all know, if he can do that already, and he's studying with ABT, by the time Gideon is 34, I don't even want to think about it, y'all. That's some scary stuff. The latest one, he taught this guy back, talking to him, laughing with him. This guy was like adamant, get off my property. Y'all got to get this man props. That is Riz. That is that God Riz we was talking about, y'all. So y'all make sure y'all continue to pray for him and support him, because he's really out here doing the Lord's work. And I don't want anybody to ever forget that. And y'all saw from the pictures that Kev of the J was sharing that I work with children, right? Any one of those children I work with can be preyed upon. And it makes my heart glad to know that somebody like Gideon, and also shout out to Gordon and Skeet, the other guys that work with him, shout out to them too. They out here doing the Lord's work too. It makes my heart glad that my boys got people out there looking out for them. So praise God. But now, the title of today's class is Child Disciples. That's right, you heard correctly. Today's class is titled Child Disciples. And I did this class for many reasons. I just got through talking about Gideon, how he works to protect the youth from these predators. That's one reason why I decided to do something focusing on the children. Another reason is because, as y'all have seen, I myself work with children. I have been working with children since I was 16 years old, particularly the disadvantaged inner city youth who are predominantly African American. I've been working with them to try to, be like a good role model to them, try to get them on the right path, and try to help them out, with necessities, like financial needs and stuff like that. I've been doing that for a number of years. But the main reason I decided to do this class is because of our youth that we have in the congregation of ABT, these prodigies, as I call them. Because I want y'all to understand that being a disciple of Jesus starts as a child. It starts in childhood. This is not something that we as believers are supposed to wait until our children are like nearing adulthood to try to instill in them. And y'all are going to see in this class that when I say child disciples, it's a lot deeper than just teaching our children to be followers of Jesus. Today's class has a lot of layers to it, as the majority of my classes do. And I want y'all to see that when I call these children, these 18 and unders, and y'all know I usually make the cutoff point like at age 25. Remember, I said 25 and under, right? That's who I'm talking to when I talk about the prodigies. 25 being because a little bit older than that, and I'm not old enough to be your father, in general, because I know some people have children at a very early age. But that's why I put the cutoff point at my personal cutoff point, 25 and under, right? And I want y'all to understand that it's up to us as parents to teach our children to be disciples. But as y'all can see in today's world, that is not the case. See, every time I see on the news a minor, somebody under the age of 18, doing something crazy like shooting up a school, running up in people's houses to rob them, gang violence. Every time I see that happening with somebody under the age of 18, that is a reflection of the parenting they are receiving, or better yet, not receiving. And today, a lot of parents don't want to take accountability for the monsters they're not raising. They always want to make it seem like it's somebody else's fault. And I'm going to show y'all today that it's up to us, the parents, to instill these values in our children at an early age, because if we don't, they're going to turn into real life menaces to society. These children are not being taught even the basic morals by their parents. And one of the main reasons this is the case is because a lot of these children come from broken homes. What's a broken home? It is a home that does not have a father in the house. That's what a broken home originally meant. It did not mean one parent. Broken home meant lacking a father. Later on, they started trying to make the definition evolve into just having one parent. And in another class, I will show y'all that statistically speaking, single fathers raise children at a successful rate close to having two parents in the house. I can show y'all the statistics on it. Let me make sure y'all heard me correctly. A single father, statistically speaking, raises children at a success rate close to if they had two children in the house. Two parents in the house. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said about single mothers. And we're talking about statistics. So we're not saying that all single mothers are doomed to raise bad children. We don't speak in absolutes here unless we're talking about the Bible. We're talking about statistics, right? And y'all gonna see in this class that when it talks about things that need to be done with the children, it always mentions it from a father-son, father-daughter perspective, because the father is supposed to be the primary disciplinarian in the home. So if there's no father there, there's going to be little to no discipline. And that's why even today, Satan has worked overtime to try to destroy the nuclear family. Now, let me ask you a question, Kevin J, Gideon, Keanu, and everybody listening. Why do y'all think it's called a nuclear family? Anybody ever asked that question? First of all, have y'all ever heard that term before? Let me know in the chat. Have y'all ever heard the term nuclear family? Right? Do you know what it means when it says nuclear family? Y'all know what that means?
I'm not exactly sure where it's coming from.
It's real basic. It just means a family that has a father, a mother, and children. That's all it means.
Okay,
So when you see nuclear family, it just means the typical setup that God had in plan. But see, I like to believe it's called the nuclear family because, like a nuclear weapon, it's the most powerful weapon there is. That's what I like to believe. That's why they call it the nuclear family. And unfortunately, sisters and brothers, today a lot of us don't want to go nuclear. We don't want to do that, right? And that creates broken families with no father. But I'm going to show y'all in this class today what it means to be child disciples. Because what y'all are going to see is that there is a close correlation between being a disciple and being disciplined. If there is no discipline, y'all, there are no disciples. Children are adults. I'm going to show y'all that. And this is the reason why American youth on a large scale is out of control, because there's no discipline. And there's no discipline because a lot of people come from broken families. I'm not here to shame anybody. I'm not here to make anybody feel bad for being a single mother. That's not my mission. That's not my goal. But I'm just giving it to y'all straight. You got a hot mic, by the way, Gideon. So what we're going to do first is go to Proverbs 22 and 15. And I want to show y'all something, because we're going to get real deep with this. Y'all need to understand that we have to make disciples out of our children. That's what we're supposed to be doing. Disciples. And y'all wonder, okay, my child don't really like to go to church. Well, first of all, I can't blame your child, because let's just face it, modern day church is boring. There, I said it. Y'all know I'm not lying. Modern day church is hella boring. Y'all know it is, right? But second of all, nobody is really trying to instill these values into their children. That's why I laugh when I go on social media and I see men who got 3 and 4 baby mamas, and I see women who got 3 and 4 baby daddies, and they do all these streams, and the first thing they want to talk about is Jesus. Are you kidding me? Really? Jesus? The Bible? And you out here with all these bastard children walking around? No marriage even considered? That's how you know these values are not being instilled in them, because they become adults and they're still talking that nonsense. No, we got to get to them early, y'all. So this is Proverbs 22, verse 15. Read that one verse, please, Kevin J.
This is Proverbs 22 and 15. Foolishness is bound in the heart of a child, but the rod of correction shall drive it far from him.
It said foolishness is bound in the heart of a child. What that means is, sisters and brothers, parents specifically, what this is saying is children are bound to do stupid stuff. It's part of their nature. It's not a matter of if your child is going to screw up in some shape, form, or fashion. It's a matter of when. So don't feel bad like you failed as a parent if your child get caught up in something. They're bound to do it. But it also says, but the rod of correction shall drive it far from him. See, that word rod refers to a stick.
Oh, yeah.
When we were growing up, we called them switches.
Indeed.
One of my mom's favorite lines was, where am I switching?
Right.
My father used a belt. See, I come from a generation where we got whooped.
Right.
You follow what I'm saying? That's the generation I come from. And the Bible is telling you the rod of correction, right, will drive that foolishness, that stupidity right out of that child. It'll give them some get right real quick. That's why I laugh at these liberals talking about, just give them a timeout. Give them a timeout. Stick them in the corner for about 30 minutes, bring them out and ask them, do they know what they did? Of course they know what they did. They did it. And then send them right back out there. Oh, I'll put you in the corner, all right? I'll smack you into the corner and dare you to turn back around and look at me before your time is up. In case y'all haven't figured it out, I am a proponent of corporal punishment when it comes to children, because that's what the Bible says. We ain't talking about no child abuse here. I don't promote child abuse. I promote beating the abuse out of the child.
Well, then, that's better.
Because child abuse is when you abuse the child.
Right.
Beating the abuse out of the child means when your child get older, because you beat them, they ain't gonna be out there abusing anybody else.
Praise God.
Now see the difference?
Oh, yeah.
You're supposed to beat the abuse out of them. Because if you don't beat the abuse out of them, can we all agree that somebody kicking people's doors open and robbing them at gunpoint, isn't that abusing the victim?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that shooting up schools, abusing the victim? So Brother Josh don't promote child abuse. I promote beating abuse out of children. And you're going to notice in the Bible that the man is the one doing that. It never says anything about the women doing it, but that doesn't mean women didn't do it. But it always puts that responsibility on the man in the Bible. Why? Because more often than not, it's always the woman that want to step in and try to protect the child from the man giving it discipline. Y'all always want to run interference when the belt come off.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all always want to do that. Oh, you too bad. You need to stop. Just talk to him. I can do both. I can do them at the same time. Boy, didn't I tell you not to stay out there? Y'all know Brother Josh multitask. I can do both.
Right.
Give him the best of both worlds. Here's a fun fact. My son Johnny, he used to tell me he'd rather I whoop him than to lecture him. He preferred to whoop him. I'm not even lying, Dad. Just beat me, Dad, because I don't want to hear it. Just go ahead and beat me. When he got to a certain age. Him and his sister, they both told me, they were like, Dad, you make us feel bad. Now, I wasn't verbal abuse. They'll tell you. I can get them on screen. They'll tell you. I never verbally abused them. I just talked to them about what they did and made them. I wanted them to feel bad. I wanted them to feel remorse for what they did, right? But it got to a point where they were like, just whoop us, dude. But y'all know me. This ain't dealer's choice. I do what I want. You getting both. And that's what we got to do. And this is why this world is out of control today. But let me show y'all something very specific about this verse. What we're going to do is go to the Strong's Exhaustive Concordance, and we're going to look up the word translated correction in this verse. And that's 4148 in the Hebrew section. Because y'all need to understand this. The Bible says the rod of correction will drive it far from him. Far, I mean, he didn't even think about doing anything stupid, Kev. He didn't even think about it. Y'all got to understand that. And I'm going to show y'all how this relates to a lot of our children ending up in the penitentiary. I'm going to show y'all that. Because you got these lazy parents who don't want to discipline their children.
Yeah.
That's the whole problem. You don't want to discipline your children. And then you want to get on social media and go on these podcasts and daytime television shows crying, I don't know what to do. She's just out of control, really? She's out of control? Or did you surrender control? Ain't no such thing, no out of control child. How in the world a child 4 years old out of control? You can't control a toddler? You're talking to him. Jenny, would you just stop? Please, baby, calm down. Just stop, Jenny. Come on, please, Jenny. Let me tag me in. Tag me in. Okay, this is how we're gonna do this. I'm gonna say it one time, Jenny. Sit down and shut up. Well, that's the belt sliding off. So you got to use visuals with your kids. You got to psychologically mess with them. They got to know just by the visual cues what's about to happen. You ain't even got to say nothing. Soon as they get out of line, you just reach like right at your waist where your belt at as a father. Soon as you do that, they already know. They know what's about to happen. They shut it down. Oh, you keep going? That's your last warning. It's halfway off. Why? You want some more? We good? We good? This how you supposed to be. I tie them up. Y'all got some bad kids, call me over. I get them right in a weekend. Give me a weekend with your kids. I will get them right. Not no teams though, because y'all kind of built. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Give me I'll come over with a baseball bat or a crowbar. I'll do that. I think I'm playing. If I had a team, like Johnny is bigger than me. He weighs more than me. He's taller than me. Now, do I still think I can take him with these? Yeah, but why bother? I'm just gonna baseball bat those kneecap. Y'all think I'm playing? I will baseball bat them kneecaps. I ain't got time for all that. I'm 45. I turned 45 on the 7th. Praise God. He let me live for 45 years.
All praises.
Right? I ain't got no time to be trying to beat him into submission with these. I'm just going to go in that closet and start hitting RBIs on them kneecaps. That's how you do. Ain't nobody got time for all that. Or we can talk it out and you can listen. You follow what I'm saying? I don't play about this, man. Because look what the alternative is. Every child that goes out shooting up a school is the product of a parent or parents that refuse to discipline them. That's what that is, y'all. I'm just calling it like it is. Every single one. When they get too big for the belt, it starts time to bring out the bat. I'll lay them out. Police show up. There he is right there. Right there. Right there. There he is. He unconscious. I ain't kill him, but he ain't getting up anytime soon. I bet you that. Because that's what these boys do, especially if you're a single mother. Because at some point, a young man is going to realize, I'm a young man. Mama can't physically force me to do anything. Then they start swelling up their chest, coming at their mama. And that's when mama's supposed to go in that closet, get that bat, and start acting like she in them batting cages. That's what you do. I'm saying this to the single mother that ain't got a man in the house. He get crazy like that, go right upside their head with that bat. If he trying to hurt you now, I ain't saying if he just don't listen. If he trying to fight you, lay him out with that bat. I'll give you an alibi. Brother John, give you an alibi. Oh, she was at my house. I don't know. Somebody must have broke in, went upside the head. I don't know. but read the what you call it? Read the that Hebrew word, Keanu.
Musar.
Mm-hmm.
This is age 41, 48. From age 32, 56. Properly chastisement.
Okay, so chastisement. That's what it means to
punish.
Correct your child. Chastisement. What else it says? Continue.
Figuratively, reproof.
That's
warning,
a form of correction. Mm-hmm.
Instruction.
That's that warning. Now notice that sometimes correction is being just warning them. It's not always physical. I want y'all to understand that. This word can also mean to warn your child. Like I said, when I was taking off that belt, that's that warning. Right? What else does it mean?
Instruction.
That means teach them. Right? Look at all these different things that this word can mean, Keanu, when they talk about correction. Right? What else?
Also restraint.
Restraint. You have to restrain your child. That's a form of control. You're supposed to control your kids. Y'all ever heard somebody say that? Man, control your kids.
Mm-hmm.
People out there ain't got any control of their kids, and they don't want to do what it takes. God has wired children to respond to beatings more than to words. Do y'all not understand that? Y'all keep thinking y'all know better than God. Children respond much more to whoopings than to words. That's what y'all have to understand. Beat them. Take off your belt. Go get that switch. We need to bring back old school. When I was growing up, the teachers used to whoop us. Did y'all know that?
Yep.
I still remember the name of the teachers that whooped me. How can you forget?
Right.
When I was in the kindergarten, the principal used to whoop us. I went to Leslie J. Steele Elementary School. It still exists. The principal there was a principal named Miss Willis, and she had one of those hazing paddles. Y'all know when you join the fraternity and they haze you with that big old paddle? She had one of them. She even named it Mr. T. Because in the 80s, Mr. T was considered like the mean, bad, tough guy. Right? That was my principal. Fast forward to my elementary school. Eastlake Elementary. 3rd grade teacher, Miss Lackey. She whooped me. 4th grade teacher, Miss Bankston. She whooped me. Notice all of them women too. Right? I got whoopings. They ain't ask for no permission. You go home and tell your mom like, I mean, one time my mama got mad because my 4th grade teacher really laid into me one time. And she came up there, you know what I'm saying, raising Cain. But by the time I talked to them, they out there in front of the school laughing like they old friends. They came to some kind of understanding, I guess, about my beatings. See, it was different back then, right? We used to get whoopings by the teachers, and they did not ask for permission. They just did. They just snatched your butt up. We used to get whoopings by the teachers for failing tests. My 4th grade teacher, Miss Bankston, she used to whoop us if we failed the spelling test, if we didn't bring in our homework. You try that in the school today, and the parents gonna come up there and shoot the teacher. If not, beat them down. But that's what we needed back then. And the second they started taking spankings out of school, because they were actually legal in schools, they got rid of them like in the late 90s. Not all at once, but like gradually in the late 90s. But back then, teachers were allowed to whoop you. That means you possibly got 2 whoopings at school, then get home and get whooped again. What's the point of the whoopings? What the Bible say? Drive that foolishness far from you. If you getting 2 whoopings a day, stupidity ain't even in your sight. It's all you need binoculars to see that stupidity. That's how far away from you it is. And the second they start taking whoopings out of school, what happens? That's when the gang violence increased in the school. That's when all these school shootings start happening. And not just the schools, they parents at home stop whooping their kids. Because everybody think they know more than God. You need to whoop your kids. That's how it's supposed to be. I don't want to hear no talk to them. No. That take too long. I'm a man on the go. I like fast food and fast results. And whooping is the fast food of discipline. That means you ain't got to tell somebody to take out that chicken, thaw it out. Once it thaw out, clean it. You know what I'm saying? Clean it good. Season it, depending on what you're making. See, that all take too long. I'm just going to go to Kroger and buy me some already pre-cooked rotisserie chicken. That's quicker, right? And I keep telling y'all, whoopings are the fast food of discipline. You ain't got time for all that talking and stuff. Talking is you preparing the whole meal and trying to get everything ready. We ain't got time for all that. Tommy and Keanu got 3 kids. Both of them work full-time jobs. I think Keanu work full-time. All right, Keanu?
Yep, I work full time now.
Right. Tommy and Keanu ain't got time to talk it out all the time. They on the schedule. You follow what I'm saying? I remember growing up, I got a whooping by my dad because he just didn't have time. You got to have time. Boy, just come over. Let's just get this over with. I ain't got time to talk to you about it. See, whoopings are convenient. You follow what I'm saying? That's the convenience store. That ain't the grocery store. Whoopings are the convenience store. Yeah, it costs you a little extra, but you get what you want real quick. You get the results real quick. And y'all know me. I'm a busy man. So what that tell y'all? If I'm busy, y'all know how busy Brother Josh is. Which do you think a child is likely going to get from me? A long talking to or a beating? Because the busier you are, the more you're supposed to just go straight to the whooping because you ain't got time.
Right.
But look at the rest of these words after restraint. Go ahead, Sister Keanu.
Bond.
You know, bond. Like a bond means like bonding with somebody or like it's a form of restraint, right? What else we got?
Chastening or chasteneth.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Chastisement.
Mm-hmm.
Check.
What we call it? Check your children.
Yep.
We use that word today, don't we, man? Hey, you need to check your children.
Yeah.
Or check on your children. Continue.
Correction.
Mm-hmm.
Discipline.
And this is the one we're going to stop at. Discipline. What I want you to do, Sister Keanu, is we're going to read this same verse, but we're going to read it in the ISV. That's the International Standard Version. Because let me show y'all how some of these other Bibles translate this verse. It's Proverbs 22 and 15. What does it say, Sister Keanu?
A child's heart has a tendency to do wrong, but the rod of discipline removes it far away from him.
A rod of discipline. Notice it used the word discipline instead of correction. Both are accurate translations, and I can take either one. But it calls it discipline. See, what y'all have to understand as parents, because there are parents that do beat their children on the regular. But y'all are more concerned with beating them because of what they did and less concerned with beating them to make sure they don't do it again.
Mm.
So there got to be a purpose behind the punishment. And you have to let them know that I'm not just whooping you because of what you did. I'm whooping you so I can correct you from doing it again. And a lot of parents just beat because they mad or because the child made them look bad. And I'm not saying those are wrong reasons to whoop your child, I'm just saying that shouldn't be the only reason. A child needs to know that I whooped you because what you did is wrong and you need to learn, don't do that anymore. That's unacceptable.
Right.
That's the whole point of it. That's what discipline comes in there. Read the same thing, please, Sister Keanu, but give it to us in the CSB, and then I'm going to show y'all something else. That's the Christian Standard Bible. Proverbs 22 and 15. Read that, please.
Foolishness is bound to the heart of the youth. A rod of discipline will separate it from him.
Again, this translation says discipline. And it said it will separate it from him. So when I see young parents or old parents talking about, oh, he's just out of control, he won't listen. That's because you have not been using that rod of discipline on him or her. That's what that is. Don't you know when you complain about not being able to control your kids, you are confessing that you are a sorry parent. That's what you're doing. Y'all have to understand, I keep telling y'all this. No parent loses control over their child. They surrender it. You give it up. If your child running these streets and feel like he can just walk back in your house, you are a horrible parent. If your child talk back to you and think it's going to be food on the table come dinner time for him, you are a horrible parent. My mama come from a generation that if you mouthed out at your parents, they would send you to bed without supper. That was a typical punishment like in the 50s and the 40s. Today they'll call that child abuse. How's that child abuse? Your child ain't gonna die unless they got some type of illness. If they miss dinner, they just gonna be hungry as hell.
Right.
And then they come to the breakfast table with a whole new attitude.
Right.
Y'all need to go back to that. What's that, Gideon? That's right. Shoot, I don't give them nothing. The law said I got to feed you. The law did not specifically lay out how often. Truth be told, legally, if you feed your child once a day, a nice solid meal once a day, you have fulfilled the obligation of the law. The only time you can get in trouble with the law is if there is medical proof that your child is malnutrition, and you cannot become malnutrition from feeding the child once a day.
Yeah.
You will not become malnutrition. Trust me, you won't. Your child will lose a lot of weight, burn a lot of calories.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe walk out the house looking like Kevin J. Jr. But that's about what you say, Gideon? Mm-hmm. Mhm. Mhm. And see, that's why I don't feel sorry for these single mothers who refuse to discipline their kids. I don't feel sorry for you. Even by yourself, you can discipline your child. It's going to be tougher because there's no man, but it can still be done. Don't cry me a river. If you ever do a session with me and you're a single mother and you're like, I don't know what to do with my child, they're going to, well, I'll still take your money, but I'm going to be roasting you the whole session. I'll tell you what you need to do. I'll tell you, don't get it wrong because that's what you're paying for. I'll tell you what you need to do, but I'm still going to get on that grass for you not doing what you're supposed to do. I'm sick of people standing around saying, I don't know what to do. Yeah, you do. Stop faking ignorance. You know exactly what to do. Beat them. If you are a single mother, you need to try to work on finding a husband, getting married, so you can get a man in the house to help you with them kids. And you better be a very humble and submissive wife because you're going to have to work extra hard to get a man to accept you. A good one. We ain't talking about no Pookie or Ray Ray. A good one to accept you and your child. They out there and they will do it. But you got to incentivize, sisters. You got to incentivize that man. You got to make him know, yo, even with a child, I will treat you better than any woman out here without one. But what do most of these women do today? They entitled. They got children who need discipline. They want you to come in, fix the whole house up, and still got this attitude, this arrogance, this entitlement. And that's exactly why your children going to be raised by you alone. You can't discipline them by yourself, and they're going to run amok.
Yeah.
85% of children, 85, last time I checked the statistics, percent of children that end up in the penitentiary come from a single mother household. 85. So if you're a single mother and your child is not in prison and you've been doing your job, you need to give thanks to God and give yourself a pat on the back because you're a part of that small percentage that had to lock in and do the job of two. See, I like to say they're called parents. The key word in parents is pair, meaning it's supposed to be two.
Amen.
I see women today, they bragging about being single mothers. That ain't a flex. That's a failure.
Yeah.
That means something went wrong. I'm not, like I said, I'm not attacking anybody who's a single mother. I want y'all to understand that. That's not nothing to brag about, though.
Right.
Women today go out here and get baby daddies and flex. Oh, yeah, I'm doing it all by myself. You idiot. That ain't a flex. That'll be like me coming on here one Sabbath day and say, hey, y'all, do y'all see my left arm here? Do you see my left arm right here? Kevin J, you see it? Everybody in the chat? Y'all see me holding up my left arm? I just want to know if y'all see it. Give me a W. Let me know y'all see it.
We got you.
Y'all know? Yeah, everybody see it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's like me coming on here, cutting off my arm, cauterizing the room, and then flexing that I can still make it with one arm. Now, what would y'all say to me if I did that? If I deliberately, not by accident, if I deliberately cut off one of my arms just to flex that I can still do it all with one arm, what would y'all say about me? Y'all tell me.
Make sure you be in the mental hospital, brother. Something seriously wrong with you, man.
Isaiah said he'll say we need a new pastor.
That too.
Dang,
Yeah.
that said you retarded. Dang.
Yeah, if you're in the mental hospital, you ain't gonna be preaching, brother. You ain't gonna be preaching from the mental hospital.
But see, here's the thing, though. That's how these single mothers sound to me when they go out and deliberately, I ain't saying they got married and it just didn't work out. When they deliberately have children out of wedlock and become single mothers and then flex about it, you're bragging about handicapping yourself. See, when you think about it like that, now you see how stupid it sounds, don't y'all? That's a handicap. That's not a flex. That's a handicap. It's supposed to be two parents. Like you're supposed to have two hands, two arms, two legs. You don't flex about deliberately handicapping yourself. That's why we need to understand the nuclear family, and that's why God set it up that way. Man and woman, not man and man, not woman and woman, not man and transgender woman, not transgender man and woman, biological male, biological female. That's why I'm against lesbian and homosexual couples being allowed to adopt. The only time people should be allowed to adopt is if, you know, they are heterosexual couples and they can't have kids, or they just want extra kids. But y'all want to cheat the system because y'all know a man and a woman can't make a baby. So you want to cheat the system and adopt. So you want to be gay without the consequences. There's consequences to being gay biologically. You can't procreate. So I think if you are a recognized gay couple, you should not get the benefits or the privileges of children because you're trying to cheat the system. Plus, we ain't even gonna get off into what that does to a child. And then they're trying to push that real strong too. Because at one time, they did not let gay couples adopt. They need to go back to that. You also got lesbian women. What they'll do is they'll go find them a surrogate, or they'll go to a sperm bank. You should not be allowed to be artificially inseminated if you are a lesbian. You're trying to cheat the system. You want the seed, but you don't want the man. Anything to get around the nuclear family, which is the most powerful family there is. Anything to get around that. We complain about struggle, yet we create it. See, if you're struggling and it's not your fault, come to me. We'll talk about it. We'll try to see if we can do something about it. But if you are the architect of your own struggle, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to say to you? Because that's what we do, y'all. We create our struggle and then complain about it. We all know how babies get here. Don't we? Do I really got to teach y'all the birds and the bees? We all know how babies get here, and yet we go out into the world and just have them willy-nilly. All these contraceptions out here. Ain't no excuse for anybody to be walking around here with babies they didn't want. Ain't no excuse for that. I ain't trying to hear that. But we do stupid stuff and then want to complain about the struggle. Like you don't know where babies come from. Ooh, I didn't know I was going to get pregnant. What, you didn't know that sex creates babies? How old are you again? 27? Okay. Stop it, y'all. And that's why y'all gonna see later that we as adults, we need the rod of discipline because a lot of us stupid. See, that's what the rod of discipline does. It gets rid of stupidity. See, y'all don't understand. Whoopings literally beat the stupidity out of you. God knew that. Adults and children. When the Bible say foolishness, remember, we looked up these words before, y'all. In the Hebrew, that means stupidity. We got to beat the stupidity out of these kids because they're born out. All kids, I want y'all to understand something. Two things about kids. All kids are bad and all kids are stupid. And when I say stupid, I don't mean stupid in the sense of lack of intelligence. I mean stupid in the sense of underdeveloped intelligence. It's still developing. All children bad, all children stupid. Oh, all children are definitely ignorant too, Cyber Unchained, but they're stupid too. See, the Bible said foolishness. It didn't say ignorance is bound in the heart of a child. It said stupid. It said foolishness. Foolishness means stupid.
Yeah.
Let's not go using euphemisms. All of them. But that's okay though, because they're naturally that way. Y'all know that, right? Y'all know children naturally that way. Don't feel bad. I'm just telling y'all what the Bible says and what we can see. That's why stupid people are often compared to children. Y'all ever notice that? Somebody do something stupid as an adult, they're like, man, you think like a child. So are you saying children are stupid then? Yes, you are. But now that we see that, You already read it in the second one. What we're going to do now is we're going to go to ABTM online and we're going to look up the etymology of the word discipline. Let me go ahead and put this in your DM, Sister Keanu. Because I'm tired of these bad kids, y'all. That's why I work with kids. I want them to stop being bad. And I lose kids. I told y'all, man, last year I lost a child. One of my favorites too, named Samaj. The kids, I didn't know the story, but once I started working back with the group, they told me, I don't know how true this is, but they told me he was playing Russian roulette with some more boys.
Wow. Wow.
A 12-year-old playing Russian roulette in the hood? In the hood. When did kids start playing Russian roulette in the hood?
Right.
There was usually some, and I'm not being racist, you can just do the statistics. There was usually some white male ages 35 to 45 games.
Mm-hmm.
When did kids, young African-American males, start playing Russian roulette? How the hell do they even know what Russian roulette is? That's what they told me. And even if that wasn't true, the kids who told me still knew what it was. And he ended up shooting himself in the head. And he didn't even die instantly. That's the messed up part. It took him 3 days to die. He became brain dead and they couldn't do anything about it.
Right.
I wasn't working with the program at the time because I was off, because I was helping my mom and stuff. But I used to see that boy every day. I used to drop him off in front of his house every day. I used to have talks to him. He had bad parenting even by the hood standards. He was the kid that when everybody was done eating, I let him take the extra food home to his parents and to the rest of his family. Well, his parent and the rest of his family. They hit me hard. That made me not even want to come back. See, I work with the youth and I try to give them some kind of direction. They got my number. They be calling me up, asking me for money and everything. Cash out me this. And when I can, I help them. See, I really do care. That's why I got a lot of respect for Gideon, because I know he really does care. He's out there in his own way, protecting our kids. I'm trying to protect them in my way. And I try to protect y'all when I be talking to the youth here. I know y'all can feel the genuine care coming from me, my younger people. Because I really do care. I don't want y'all out here getting caught up in this stupidity and this ignorance. But we got to do better. And our parents have to discipline our children to make them disciples. Now look at this. I put it in your DM, Sister Keanu. ABTM online, we're looking at the etymology of the word discipline. Share that when you get it, please, sister. Because these kids out of control these days. And from what I hear from the guy who I work with, a lot of the kids who I mentor to right now are in gangs. It's an uphill battle.
Yeah.
Now, Sister Keanu got that for us. Sister Keanu, please read that, please. And y'all can learn some stuff. Can you make it a little bigger? Hold on, no, you don't. No, you don't. That's on my end. Yeah, you can zoom it in a little bit more, though, Sister Keanu, if you don't mind. There you go.
So
When
this
you're ready,
is
go ahead.
discipline on ABTMonline.com.
Mm-hmm.
Penitential chastisement.
Penitential chastisement. What word does that sound like, Keanu? Penitential.
Penitentiary.
Yep. And we're going to come back to that later. But notice it said penitential chastisement. Why is it that the word discipline comes from a word that sounds like the penitentiary? And where do most of these undisciplined children end up going, y'all?
Penitentiary.
Interesting. I told y'all it's layers to this. But go ahead.
Punishment for the sake of correction.
Read that again.
Punishment for the sake of correction.
Read it one more time, but read it real slow for the people in the back.
Punishment
Mm-hmm.
for the sake of
Mhm.
correction.
Punishment for the sake of correction. Meaning, when you discipline your child, whether it's with a punishment or with a whooping, it's supposed to be for the sake of correction. Meaning, that's supposed to be the point behind it. Not just because they messed up, not just because you mad. It's supposed to correct them. Too many parents whoop just because the child messed up. It's supposed to be for the sake of correction. That's the reason why some parents, no matter how much they beat their kids keep messing up. Because they're not instilling in their child that this is for your own good, to course correct you. It's for the sake of correction. Y'all need to understand that. Put that in your notes. Write it in the chat. Punishment for the sake of correction. Y'all need to know that. Not enough people know that. Continue, though.
From Old French, discipline. Discipline, physical punishment.
So typical discipline was physical punishment, y'all. Y'all need to understand that. But continue. What else does it mean?
Teaching.
Oh, teaching. That's why before I used to get a whooping, they'll say, I'm about to teach you a lesson, boy. And I learned that lesson.
Yeah, you did.
See, that's another thing. When you are disciplining your kids, you are teaching them a lesson.
Right.
They're supposed to learn from that. That's why these kids, they're not getting that discipline at home, so they're not learning from the wrong that they're doing. So they go out into this world, and then society say, okay, we're going to discipline you.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't give them the rod, so society going to give them the police stick.
Mm.
And then you see these parents, oh, you didn't have to do that. You're right, I didn't have to do that. But you made it necessary because you wouldn't do it.
Right.
I tell y'all all the time, better you beat them than the police.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all better understand that. And then the same parents that see their kids getting beat by the police, they want to get on social media. He didn't have to do that to my baby. You're absolutely right, ma'am. He didn't have to do that. You made it necessary for him to do it. You wouldn't beat him, so he did. And you love your kids. The police don't.
Right.
And when the police beat you, it ain't to correct you. That's what the correctional facility is for. The beat down you get from the police, just a bonus.
Talk to him.
Y'all do know that when the police use force, they ain't trying to correct you. They just trying to subdue you. They trying to get you under control.
Mm-hmm.
So if they ain't trying to correct you, that means they don't care. Because when you try to correct somebody, you care about them. See, that's what people don't understand. People take correction as hate. It's when Brother Josh stopped trying to correct y'all that he don't love you. Because I don't care what happened to you. Go out there and do whatever. And I've had people get mad at me, children and adults, at ABT, long time ago, who ain't in the ministry no more. They got mad at me because I tried to correct them, not physically, of course, but just trying to tell them, no, that ain't going to work, man. That's wrong. You shouldn't do that. Don't do that, sister. That ain't going to work. They get mad and they leave. And then you look at their kids and their kids out of control. Gee, I wonder who your kids got it from.
Right.
We always want to try to play like our kids just got stuff out of nowhere. Parents are the children's first teachers. They are the children's first influencers. Y'all need to understand this stuff. Right? It said teaching. What else does it say?
Suffering.
Suffering. So it's supposed to be some suffering involved when you discipline your child. They got to suffer something. They got to feel some kind of suffering, or it's not true discipline. Do y'all understand this? What else does it mean? Because it's used another way too.
Martyrdom.
Y'all know martyrdom. That means, dying for a belief or whatever. We ain't using it in that context. I'm just saying y'all know it can be used for that. Right? What else does it mean?
11th century modern French, discipline.
Mm-hmm.
And directly from Latin, disciplina. Instruction
Directly
given.
from Latin, disciplina. Wait a minute. That's starting to sound like a familiar word that we know. Go ahead and keep reading.
Instruction given.
Mm-hmm.
Teaching. Learning.
Mm-hmm.
Knowledge.
This is where we get our modern day word disciple from. In other words, the word disciple or the word discipline directly comes from the word disciple. That's why this class is titled Child Disciples. So in order for you to be a disciple, you got to have discipline. That's why I said I laugh when I see these streamers coming on here talking about they believe in Jesus, which means they're saying they're one of his disciples. But you're out here getting 3 baby daddies, 3 baby mamas. You get drunk. You can't keep a job. Where's the discipline in disciple? See, words have meaning. I keep telling y'all that. So when we discipline our children, we're making disciples out of them. We're making students out of them. We're teaching them. We're giving them knowledge. Who are they following first? They follow us first, the parents. And the parents are already supposed to be following Jesus. So if I see your children out here doing a bunch of unchristian things, then that's because you are not a disciple of Jesus. And they're just copying you. Nobody wants to talk about this, though. You in church every Sunday, oh, praise Jesus. Then why your son in and out of juvenile? Why your daughter out here getting all these babies? Who are we supposed to look to if not you? You're the first teachers, right? Aren't we our children's first teachers?
Yep.
You got Isaiah AC. Before he heard about a brother Josh, he knew about a sister KJ. Am I right?
Yeah.
He knew her first. She is first teacher. And she had to be a damn good one, too, if she led him in this direction.
Amen.
I'm just putting it out there. Y'all know I give credit what credit due, and I throw blame where blame is due.
Praise God.
But that's his first teacher. Right? Parents are the children's first teacher, not just first, primary. So if your children out here screwing up, more than likely is your fault. And I'm going to show y'all some exceptions to the rule. Don't feel bad because I don't want nobody coming after me, jumping on my grass. Josh, I'm telling you, man, I did everything I could, man, for that kid, man. He just wouldn't listen. He just wouldn't listen to me, man. I got you. There are exceptions to this rule. Remember, I said we don't speak in absolutes. Y'all know that.
Yeah.
I'm going to show y'all cases where people in the Bible had phenomenal parents and still end up tripping.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not always the parents. I told y'all about Samuel. We're going to read that, but I'm going to show y'all another one too. But look what it says. See disciple. Notice when we look up the etymology of the word discipline, it tells us to see disciple, meaning that it comes from this word. Now click on that word disciple, still an ABTM online, and read what that says, please, sister.
Disciple. Old English, disciple, or feminine, discipula. Discipula. One who follows another for the purpose of learning. Especially.
Now, is there one who follows another for the purpose of what?
Learning.
Learning. If y'all follow ABT, what's the purpose that y'all should be following us? Keanu, Kevin J, Gideon, chat. What should y'all be doing?
Learning.
That should be your whole reason for following this ministry to learn. And y'all know the specifics is how to learn how to serve our God and follow Jesus. But shorten it up to learn. So what that means is if you belong to a church that claims they believe in Jesus, you're supposed to be going to church to learn about how to follow Jesus. But when you look out into this world, you don't see too many kids following Jesus, which means the parents aren't following Jesus, or they are following Jesus, but not teaching their kids how to do it. So the disciples of old followed Jesus to learn how to learn what? How to get salvation. That's what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be teaching your children to follow you in order to learn from you. That's discipline. When you discipline your child, you are teaching them how to follow you. But you got parents out here that'll discipline their kids physically, but they're not living a righteous life. You can't be out here disciplining your children, whooping them with a belt or with a switch, and then after you do that, she see you, your daughter, bringing strange men in and out the house. But you're going to discipline her for running the streets and trying to be fast and mess with these boys. You're going to get on her grass. Girl, I told you don't be doing that. Okay, Mom, okay, I'm sorry. Then she get home, and then she wake up one day in the middle of the night, and she hear noises coming from your bedroom, and it ain't her daddy. And then the next morning, he in the kitchen, scrambling eggs, butt naked, drinking the last of the Kool-Aid. I got that from Baby Boy. Y'all know that movie. I don't care what nobody say. He violated when he did that because he knew it was another man in that house, and you know what I'm saying. And you scrambling eggs, butt naked, and the plate is positioned at waist level, right where your penis is. Ain't nobody want your penis eggs. What's wrong with you? You been out long enough to know that was a violation. That was a violation. Y'all know that. But believe it or not, I've talked to kids before who've seen their mom do stuff like that. Strange man coming out, walk around butt naked. She got minors in there. Why in the world, if I'm dating a woman who got kids and I know they're there when I'm there, why would I feel comfortable walking through the house butt naked? You shouldn't. You follow what I'm saying? Think about this stuff, y'all. It happens. I work with kids where I've come out there and I seen their mom twerking in the streets. Twerking in the streets. And some of their moms are about close to the same age I am. And these are the kids that I have to try to work with to try to make them ignore that negative influence. It's hard, y'all. I see the kids 3 times a week, but they see their parents 24 hours a day. Now, how am I supposed to come in and cut through all of that negatory influence and try to tell them the right way? It's hard, y'all. If I get one successful kid, that's a miracle. I'm just telling y'all this. We're supposed to be teaching our children how to follow us. And when we teach them how to follow us, we can't be sending them mixed signals. Children are homing beacons for hypocrisy.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all need to put that in the chat. Children are homing beacons for hypocrisy, meaning they spot hypocrisy quick. First thing a child will say to you, if you tell them not to do something, they're like, you do it.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it okay for you to do it? We got to quit pretending like we're not our child's biggest influencers. If I'm a single father and I got 3 or 4 baby mamas all over the place, and then my son end up doing the same thing, how am I gonna be like, well, he didn't get that from me? Are you kidding me? I was in his life. I'm his primary teacher. He ended up doing the same thing I did, and it works in other ways too. If I'm an electrician and my son ends up being an electrician, ain't nobody gonna be like, well, he must have got that from his friend. No, he got that from me. If you're a single mother with multiple babies out of wedlock by multiple men, and your daughter ends up like that, who do you think she got it from? We got to stop that. That's why I always tell y'all, I ain't ever tried to hide this from y'all. I said I had my first son and only son out of wedlock. I proposed to her, I gave her a ring, but we never sealed the deal. And I tell y'all all the time, don't do what I did, and I ain't been out there getting no more babies out of wedlock. I'm trying to tell y'all by example. But a lot of parents want to tell their children the right thing to do, as they should, but the parents themselves are not doing the right thing, and they can't figure out why the child won't listen to their words. Because children are visuals, y'all. Children imitate what they see before what they hear. That's what they do. We need to understand that. So the whole point of being a disciplinarian is to teach your children how to follow you. And if you're going to teach them how to follow you, you need to make sure you're doing the right thing. Because children spot hypocrisy. But what else does it mean, Keanu?
Especially the personal followers of Jesus Christ during his life. The 12 apostles chosen or called by him to be his immediate associates. A biblical borrowing from Latin discipulus, pupil, student, follower, which is of uncertain origin.
So that discipulus is of uncertain origin, that word, that Latin word. But it means pupil, student, follower. This is what all of our children are supposed to be to us, to our parents first, and to any other form of a teacher second. I use Isaiah AC as an example. He's supposed to be his mother's pupil, student, and follower first. Then after that, Brother Josh. Then after that, his teachers at school. Do y'all understand that? That's how it's supposed to be. And the only time Isaiah is supposed to break rank and put Brother Josh before his mother is if his mother is teaching him something that goes against the Bible. Then he can break rank and be like, well, I'm not going to follow you on that, Mom. And every other child who listens to me, if their parent gives them that option. If they don't give you that option, you just do what they say until you old enough to live separate from them.
That's right.
But that's what it means. You're supposed to be teaching your children to be your disciples. That's what child discipline means. You're supposed to teach them to follow you. What that means is you're supposed to instill in them that you listen to me, you listen to mom and dad, and not your friends. Because you got good, decent parents raising good, decent children, but their children are being influenced by somebody else's knucklehead. There are a lot of good parents that raise decent children, but their children hangs out with the children of sorry parents. And you're saying to yourself, I know he didn't learn that from me. He didn't learn that from his mama. Well, he learned it from somewhere. You got to start inspecting those friends. Hey, I'm finna go to Daryl's house, mama. Who's Daryl? What's his mama name? Where you know Daryl from? Oh, he a classmate. We in the same class. Where he live at? What's his address? Don't just ask where he live. Ask where is his address. I want to know exactly where to go looking if you don't show up. I want to meet his parents. See, back in the old days, we met the parents of our children's friends.
Facts.
You don't know what your child is getting into when he goes into somebody else's home. You don't know none of that. I ain't never met this person, mama. I ain't never even talked to him on the phone. And if your children, oh, dad, I don't want, you can't hang out with them no more. Because that's a red flag that he doing something over there that he don't want you to know about. If he protests, oh, Dad, you can't go over there no more. And if you do go over there after I told you not to, if I find out about it, here comes the belt. Y'all remember that song? Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Here comes
Yeah.
the belt. That's how you do it. Same thing with these little young girls. You raised you a nice, delicate virgin daughter, but she hanging out with a bunch of 3-year-old folks. Oh, I'm gonna go spend the night at Amy's house. She's having a slumber party. Okay, have fun. What you don't know is that Amy got boys coming over. Because you ain't never met Amy, Mom. You ain't never met Amy. Next thing you know, your daughter participating in teenage orgies. Yes, it happens. I'm just telling y'all the truth. Because you didn't teach your child that nobody's instruction comes before mine and your mom's. Nobody's. You got to have your children afraid. Hey, man, go ahead, man. Hit that blunt, man. No, man, my dad said he don't want me smoking marijuana or vaping or anything like that. My mama said she don't want me doing that. Yeah, man, but be cool. Do that. Look, man. My daddy said no. I ain't finna take a beat down for you. Mm-hmm. He gonna blow my high quick anyway. Y'all know some of my former marijuana smokers, y'all know what it mean to blow your high. You gonna be like, well, Dad ain't gonna find out. Soon as you get home, son, did you have a good time at Daryl's house? Man, Daryl's house was just Daryl's house. Boy, you high. You ain't about to be in the next 2 minutes. You gonna call Daryl, man, that must have been some weed you gave me or something, man. I ain't high no more. No, it wasn't a weed. Your dad beat the hell out of you. He beat the high out of you. That's what he did. He blew your high.
Killed the high.
Killed it. Sobered you up quick. You got to teach your kids they have to be a follower of you, not their friends.
Amen.
This even apply to siblings, meaning if you are a parent and you got siblings and their children are a bad influence, you got to cut off some cousins. Well, that's my sister. Yeah, but your sister got a bad son. And I don't want my son around her son. Because we'll protest for our family. We'll try to make them the exception to the rule. My mama didn't do that. My mama knew we had some jacked up cousins. Almost all of the male cousins around my age on my mama's side in jail right now or have been in jail. Every last one of them. And my mama said, you can't hang around them. Said, sorry, you can't do it. Oh, Mom, whatever. But y'all try to make an excuse for the cousins and stuff. I'm telling y'all the truth. I'm talking to y'all. I'm not talking past y'all. I'm not talking at y'all. I'm talking to y'all because a lot of y'all know I'm telling the truth.
Amen. Y'all
try to make excuses and exceptions for your family. I don't want my son around my nephew. And I ain't talking about in real time because I ain't got no nephews like that my son come around. But that's what you got to tell him. I don't want my son around my sister's son or around my brother's son. If that's the case. In real life, my nephews and nieces, they cool. You know what I'm saying? But some of y'all know that ain't the case. Then you wonder why your child, in trouble and stuff. Yeah, because you got to hang around your sister's son that she never tried to raise.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the ways that you teach your child to only follow you and his mother or you and his father. You can't tell them that, and then you're the one supplying the temptation to go against you. See, parents are pretty stupid today, y'all. Sometimes even stupider than the kids.
Mm-hmm.
We sabotage our own children. We hit them with a bunch of catch-22s. Y'all know what a catch-22 is? A catch-22 is when you want somebody or tell somebody to do something, and then you are the one making it impossible or severely hard for them to do it. That's called a catch-22. And we got a lot of catch-22 parents out here. Girl, you don't need to be running around them fast boys, being fast running around these boys. What's wrong with you? And then she comes home and she see you with a guy over the house. He ain't married to you, mom. He ain't my daddy. He ain't married to you. Aren't you being fast? You the same as me. You just an adult with it. Then kids want to try to hit, then parents want to try to hit the children with my favorite hypocritical line. I'm grown.
Mm-hmm.
Really? I didn't know that grown made sin okay, mama. I didn't know grown made sin okay, daddy. That's what we like to tell our kids. I'm grown. As if, okay, and what that supposed to mean to a child? Do you supposed to be out here running around with men who are not your husband or not? That's all I want to know, mama. That's all I want to know. Do you supposed to be doing that or not, according to the Bible? Or you supposed to be doing that? Well, no, girl, then how you going to say something to me? What do age got to do with it? Wrong is wrong. 2 or 21. Wrong is wrong. See, they don't like when I start talking like this, though, Kevin J, because, you know, a lot of people know that's them.
Yeah, that's conviction right there, brother.
They know that's them. And then you wonder why your child end up just like you.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all try so hard to make sure your child don't end up as bad as you did, but you only do it with words. You don't do it with action. That's the problem. Men and women do it. Boy, you need to stop selling drugs. Dad, you still sell drugs. I don't want you to be like me. Yes, you do, because by nature, children emulate their parents. So if you really don't want me to be like you, Dad, stop selling dope. I'll never sell it again, Dad. See, that's how you do it. And a lot of children need to start bucking their parents like that. Not being disrespectful, not being out of line, but you can tell them, Mom, if you really want me to stop running around chasing all these boys, then stop bringing strange men to the house.
Mm.
You're doing the same thing I'm doing. You're just doing it as an adult. You stop doing it, I'll stop doing it. If children start telling their parents that, parents have to shape up.
Quick.
But you know how most of our hypocritical parents are. Like I said, I'm grown. When you grown, you can do what you want to do. But you telling me this is wrong. You never told me it's wrong because I'm a kid. You just told me it's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I see you doing the same thing, now you want to put an age limit on it? That's that hypocrisy, y'all. But let's move on. That's good, Keanu. Now let's go back to the Bible. Let's go to Proverbs 22. See, I tell it like it is. I tell it like it is. Y'all need to stop all this phoniness. Tired of people complaining about they can't control their kids. That's some BS right there.
Mm-hmm.
That is some BS. You are a sorry parent. In most cases. In most cases. Now, when I say most cases, I'm talking about when the child grows up. But we're going to get to that a little bit later. This is Proverbs 22 and verse 6. Read that, please.
It's Proverbs 22 and verse 6.
Mm-hmm.
And it reads, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. Amen.
And I remember me and Kev of the Dust, the Hokori. We did an excellent back and forth on this, right? See, when you read the book of Proverbs, and everybody need to know this, when the book of Proverbs say, if you do this, that will happen, y'all got to understand that it's not to be taken as an absolute certainty. What it means is the majority of the time, this will happen. Because there are many people who train up their child in the way they should go, and they did that. In fact, more often than not, 80 to 85% of the time, that's what happens. This is a general rule of how things work. Because see, people will read stuff like this and they take this as super literal. No. But this is still a general rule, meaning if you do this, train up a child in the way he should go, then generally speaking, the majority of the time, over 50% of the time, because in order for something to be a general outcome, it has to be over 50%. Only 51% is necessary. And this is way more than 51%. It's like 80, 85%. They will not depart from it. But can you believe there are people who, because it's not absolutely certain, well, I'm not going to try it at all. You ain't going to try something that has an 80 to 85% success rate? How stupid is that? If you had to get an operation right now, they say you get this operation or you're going to die. Well, what's the chance I have of surviving if I get the operation? It has an 80 to 85% success rate. Nope, it got to be 100. I'll die. Nobody does that.
No.
Those are some pretty good odds.
Real good odds.
Right?
I'll take it.
But this is a general rule. That does not mean this is absolute. I just wanted to put this out there. So we need to know that we need to try to train up our child, because what that does is it increases the chances of the child not departing from what you trained them to do when they get older. When they become adults. So when I see a lot of kids out here wilding out because of this general principle rule, I'm going to assume that the child didn't get the upbringing that it needed. But there is going to be cases where you can assume that first, and then you meet the parents and you know their history. Like, nah, his parents did everything they could. They just, child just didn't want to listen.
That's right.
But the majority of the time, it's the parents. But what people like to do is they want to try to all play like they were the perfect parents and their child just turned out bad anyway. I ain't buying that. You were the perfect parent. Let's see, your daughter out here having babies all over the place, right? I look at you. I don't see no man in the house. I see babies out of wedlock. So who did she get that from? Parents. Your son stay in and out of jail. I check your history. Bro, you on probation right now. You just got out last month.
Parent.
That's the parent. Don't try to play that they didn't get it from me. If your children are living right now the same mistakes you made when you were their ages, who else did they get it from? They got it from you. We need to stop the cap. This is why I'm always talking about Isaiah AC and Sister KJ. Even though she's a woman, that's still her son, and she's his primary influencer. So if I see him over here and I see his mom over here, that means not only did she see some sense in it, but she okayed for him to listen in too. That means she was his number one influencer that allowed him, at least, I don't know who persuaded him, but at least allowed him to be here, because she could have easily been like, I don't want you listening to that guy. That's right. He's a nut. I don't want you listening to him. And Isaiah wouldn't have had no choice but to listen to her. So who am I going to give the credit to first, or assume who was the leading charge behind it? I'm going to go to her first. That's the parent. See, we want to play this blame game and stuff. I tell people all the time, if you are the single parent, then you can't blame the absentee parent for how the child turned out, because the absentee parent wasn't there to influence one way or another. They'll say, well, maybe if his daddy was in his life, he would have came out better. No, maybe if you was a better mother. It's called picking up the slack. It's called compensating for a loss. Y'all know about LeBron James? Didn't they say he was raised by a single mother, Kevin J? Chat?
Right. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
When they were giving LeBron James his flowers, did anybody mention his damn daddy?
Nope.
Anybody remember?
No.
Anybody get his daddy any props? Y'all tell me. I want to know in the chat. If y'all heard of it, y'all let me know. Give me the link. Discord, Clubhouse. Did y'all remember anybody giving his daddy flowers for him growing up and making it to the NBA? Please let me know. I said, like, Bron got a dad?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Who did they give all the credit to for raising a son and keeping him disciplined enough to go to the NBA? Who they give the credit to, Kevin J?
The mom.
They gave it to the mom, and rightfully so.
Mm-hmm.
She deserved all of the parental credit for how LeBron James turned out. You can't take that from her, and you can't give anything to his dad. He wasn't there. Okay, good. We all agree on that, don't we, y'all?
Mm-hmm. Don't
we?
Yep.
Everybody agree?
Hey, we get scared to say we're scared to agree with you right now, but yeah, we agree.
Yeah, ain't no, right? Okay, so if LeBron James was raised just by his mom and he ended up in these streets and in prison, how many of y'all know that they'll be out here, well, where his daddy at? Why wasn't the dad there for him? Mm-hmm. See, they want to see, and this is what single mothers do.
Flip it.
They want to take all the credit when they raise the child by themselves and the child come out okay. But if they raise the child all by themselves and the child come out bad, now everybody asking where the daddy at. Tell me I'm lying. Stop me when I'm lying.
That's facts.
Stop me when I'm lying. See, I'm fair with it. If you did all the work by yourself, I ain't getting nobody credit but you. But if the child come out bad, I'm not gonna be like, well, where his daddy at? Ain't nobody asking where his daddy at to give him some credit for LeBron becoming a basketball player, which probably more than likely he should get credit because it's likely that he got his basketball skills from his dad's DNA. You could at least give him credit for that. Well, genetically, his dad could play ball. His dad didn't get no credit. He don't deserve any. I ain't advocating for her sharing the credit with him, but I'm just showing y'all how backwards it is when it comes to accountability as parents, especially with the single mothers. If you are the only influencer, then the way that child comes out, that's all on you. If you share the influence, then y'all divide it accordingly. If the child comes out and becomes a professional NBA basketball player, multiple championship winner, got all kinds of crazy endorsements and all of that, then I'm going to give you all that credit. But I don't want to hear no crap about when you by yourself and the child come out bad. Now everybody want to know where the daddy at. Why his daddy wasn't there? If he had a daddy in his life, he would have been okay. No, I don't want to hear it. I do not want to hear it because that's what we do. Y'all know I'm not lying. Tell me in the chat, am I lying or not? Give me a yes or no. Am I lying? Is that how it go? Y'all tell me in the chat rooms. Y'all let me know. Y'all know that's what we do. Stop playing games with me. That's why I'm not trying to pry into Sister KJ's business or nothing, but I only see her in here supporting Isaiah AC, and Isaiah AC is a prodigy. I don't know what goes on behind closed. I don't know what kind of relationship he got with his dad, but the only person I see in here supporting him and encouraging him is her. So his dad ain't getting no flowers from me for how he turned out. I don't know the specifics. I don't need to know. I don't care to know. If they want to tell me, that's on them. But I don't see him up in here. What I like coming in here. Yeah, shout out to Isaiah AC. Yeah, he prodigy, man. He on straight and narrow. Oh, got to give my props to Sister KJ. You know what I'm saying? Oh, and shout out to Isaiah AC daddy. Ooh, what are you doing? Sister KJ gonna be like, record scratch. What? That's how you supposed to do, y'all. Don't give no parent any credit that ain't did nothing. I'm telling y'all this. I'm speaking to the children now. I'm speaking to the children. If you got a single parent, mother or father, and you see that they're trying to be a good example and doing their best to provide for you, don't you bring up mom or dad to them ever. Don't do that. That's real disrespectful. I'm the one that stayed. I'm the one that cares. He walked away. She walked away. I'm the one still here. And you gonna bring up that food to me? Where my belt at?
Take the words right out my mouth, brother.
Yeah. Where my belt at? Y'all kids got. I'm telling this to my minors, to my my under 18s. How dare you bring up the parent that left to me? Some of these women need to be bold with it too. Oh, you wondering about your dad? Why don't you go out and find them? Go on out there. And if you do find him, see if he wants you. So I play them kind of games. If I was a single father and my son's mother wasn't in his life, which she was more than me. But if it was a case where she wasn't around at all and he thought, I wish I lived with my mom. Okay, well, GP, you know what I'm saying? Google Map her or something, because I don't know where she at. Go find her. And see if she'll let you live with her. That's all you got to be. Y'all got to shut down these entitled, sassy kids when they try to go there. I don't tolerate that crap. But I just want to just throw that out there. Let's move on. Train up that child. That's how they're going to go. Still in Proverbs. Let's go to chapter 20. That's how you make them disciples. That's how you do that. We're supposed to be teaching our children to follow us. They're supposed to be our students. They're not just your child, Kevin J. Right. Keanu. That's your student. That's your pupil. That's your trainee. Not too many people associate the word parent with teacher. That's how it's supposed to be. In another class, I can show y'all that at one time in Israel's history, the word parent, specifically father, was synonymous with teacher. Because naturally, your first teacher is supposed to be your parent.
Amen.
I'm going to do a class showing y'all that. Why do y'all think the Lord's Prayer is our Father? It's not just because he's our Heavenly Father. He's our teacher. Oh, I'm going to show y'all that too. Jesus is really like our older brother, our eldest brother. Because that's how it goes. The father passed down the instructions to the eldest son, and then the eldest son passed it down to the younger siblings.
Amen.
That's how it goes. Right? This is Proverbs chapter 20, verse 11. For all y'all that think, oh, kids don't know better. Okay, read that then.
This is Proverbs 20 and 11. Even a child is known by his doings, whether his work be pure and whether it be right.
Wait. Even a who?
It says even a child, brother.
Oh, look, that means from reading this verse that to some degree, at some point, children understand right from wrong.
That's right.
And it says, even a child is known by his doings, meaning his actions.
That's right.
Whether his work be pure or whether it be right. You don't use words like pure and right for an ignorant, stupid child. It didn't use words like folly or ignorance. It said whether they be pure and whether they be right. That means that you can't play that, oh, he just a minor. He didn't know better. Not in the eyes of God.
Nope.
There are going to be some teenagers in hell. Bet y'all didn't see that one coming, did you?
You didn't see that one. I did. I see that one coming back.
Even a child. Isaiah AC, he's 17 years old. But even I can see at the age of 17, and not just Isaiah AC, Ben, Kellebrew. Who are the other youngsters that we got? Gideon. Gideon ain't number 24.
Yeah.
Right? But even I can even Reuben.
Yeah,
the Reuben.
Don, all these
young
guys,
Brother Don. Even I can see. I'm an adult. But even I can see by y'all actions whether y'all are doing pure work or whether y'all are doing right work. That's why I call y'all prodigies. I couldn't call y'all prodigies if y'all didn't even realize what y'all were doing, even if it's the right thing. I can't call y'all prodigies. Prodigies mean you're doing stuff advanced for your age and you know you're doing it. So this means God is judging y'all based off the advanced wisdom and understanding y'all got on the same level he judging adults. That's why Solomon said even a child is known. Everywhere else in the Bible, we talk about adults being known in that way, doesn't it, Kevin J?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But where does that come from? Where would a child be known by their actions by doing pure and right works? That's that discipline. That's that discipleship. They got that from their parents. Very rare when you have a child that's disciplined and well beyond their years if the parents are jacked up. Very rare. It happens, but rarely it does.
Yeah, it's rare. Yeah. Yeah.
When I come across a child under 18 that's well behaved, well mannered, advanced beyond their years in understanding, when I come across that, I say, you know, that's a really smart child, that's really intelligent. But what do y'all think I first get a credit to, though, Kevin J?
Parents.
Who you think the first people I'm looking at?
Yep, parents.
Looking at them parents. So this still takes it back to the parents. Definitely. See, Gideon can tell you, this ain't me just saying this today. I've told Gideon that many times. I said, man, you had some awesome parents. And I give credit to both of them because Gideon grew up in a two-parent household. I don't try to split hairs on it. I just say, your parents. But if Gideon was a voice in, Gideon's dad was a voice in the wind, the only person I'm giving a shout out to is Mrs. Adams. That's it. That's how it's supposed to be. That's who I look at. That's who y'all are supposed to look at, good or bad. That's who you look at first, unless they correct you. Now, if Gideon would have been like, if I would say, Gideon, man, you have some good parents, like, man, Josh, man, my parents were kingpin, dope dealers, and they went to prison. And I was raised by my auntie. Oh, my bad. Shout out to your auntie then. Right? You got to get, and that's another thing too. I got to give my mom and my stepdad props for how I. You today. You're supposed to do that. Don't act like you gave birth to yourself. I don't care how big, how popular, how majestic you come. It all started with that original discipline and discipleship that your parents instilled in you. If Gideon had some jacked up parents, we probably wouldn't have Gideon. Not the Gideon we know.
Amen.
You gotta always give props to the parents. And like I said, if it's only one, that's the only one getting props. My real daddy, that cat ain't getting no credit for Brother Josh except giving me life. That is it. Appreciate you, sperm donor. That's it. You ain't getting nothing else. No credit, nothing else. All of the credit going to my stepdad. You ain't getting no credit for that. I will give you credit for, giving me life, but after that, you ain't did nothing. They're like, if I go right now out into a field and plant a seed and walk away, don't water it, don't till the land around it, just drop the seed in the dirt and leave. You'll call that a sorry farmer, wouldn't you? So that's how we're supposed to look at it. If he just dropped the seed and walked away, okay, appreciate you dropping the seed, but if it weren't for mom, the seed wouldn't have grown. It wouldn't have been nurtured. It wouldn't have flourished. In case y'all ain't figured it out, I think deadbeat dads should be beaten until they dead. I can't stand a deadbeat dad. I don't care how you feel about the mama, the baby mama. I don't care if she ain't standing in the way of you taking care of your child. You need to take care of your child. I cannot stand a deadbeat dad. I don't want to hear any excuses. I know sometimes the baby mama can try to keep you out of it and they can make it impossible for you to see your child. I know that happens.
Right.
But if she ain't standing in your way, then you get your child and be in your child's life. I did. And now my son is with me all the time. She never tried to keep me from seeing my son, you know, after she matured a little bit. You know, we first broke up, you know, we had our little drama, but it didn't last long. But after that, come get them. Come get them. They need that free time. And I tell everybody, I tell anybody I ain't never tried to pretend otherwise. My son's mother, Johnny's mother, did way more for him as a parent than I did. Because she had him most of the time. What am I sitting up and trying to cap like, well, you know, no, I give credit what credit is due. She had him most of the time. You got these weekend dads trying to cap like they doing more for the child than the mother who got them 5 days a week. Come on, y'all.
Right.
You ain't got to like her, but you can't take away her flowers, man. She doing most of the work. Come on. I ain't gonna ever cap like that. See, I'm talking some real stuff to y'all today. Stuff I really want y'all to think about parents that are together, parents that are separate, right? I keep it real. I like coming out here, yeah, man, you know, that was all me. Bro, you had them on the weekends. You follow what I'm saying? I mean, come on now. That's why when she used to ask me for anything extra, even on top of the child support, I would give it to her because I knew it still didn't compare to what she was doing.
Amen.
See, I'm a real fair person. I'm real fair. I don't care how mad at somebody I am. I'm not gonna pretend like I don't see what they do. God forbid me and Gideon ever have a falling out. But if it were to ever happen, I'm not gonna start going on social media. Man, he ain't doing nothing to help them kids. I'm not gonna pretend like I still don't see what he's doing. You feel me? That's what people do. They get mad at you, or they get mad at their ex. Now they want to downplay everything their ex do. Women do it too. Men do it the most though when it comes to that. But women do it too. Oh, he ain't nothing. Like you don't see what he been doing when y'all break up. We got to stop that. Give credit what credit is due, and give blame what blame is due. That's how I look at it. Fair is fair, right? If she had him more than you did, that means she did more. Simple and plain. But let's move on. We read 20 and 11. Let's go still in Proverbs. Let's go to chapter 13. You know I'm gonna be going this direction with this glad did you care for Shay?
No, brother. That's why you ask me like I don't know what to do for the do. But
I be tripping, but I'm telling y'all the truth. Because I know the average pastor ain't gonna talk to y'all about these issues like this. They ain't gonna get real like this. I keep it real, y'all. Sometimes too real. People in the chat checking me. Dang, Josh ain't even dark yet. Cause they don't came up with a Josh after dark.
Yeah, that's been around, brother. That's been around for a minute, there, brother.
Hey. Like, dang, Josh, the vampires don't start coming out during the daytime, Josh. God dang. It used to come out tonight.
Right.
Nope. Got daywalkers in this bad boy.
Daywalker.
Blade. Now they call Blade the daywalker.
Right.
I'm a daywalker now.
You a daywalker, brother.
Don't even care. I don't care. I'm telling y'all the truth because I love y'all. Children and parents. I want us to all get it right. All walk in the kingdom together, hand in hand. That's what we're supposed to do, right?
That's right.
These are real family issues. I talk about them like they're real family issues. I talk to y'all like I'm at y'all house. I'm talking to y'all mama, talking to y'all dad. I'm sitting on y'all sofa, playing video games with y'all. Yes, I play video games, all that stuff. I keep it real. I don't want y'all to think I'm just some uppity, stuck up. Get away from my presence. I want nothing to do with that type of behavior. No, I keep it real with y'all. I'm one of y'all. Jesus came here and sat right in the center of sinners and talked and kept it real with them.
Yeah.
The Pharisees are all across the street and stuff, and I'm holier than thou. You shake their hand, they take out the hand sanitizer. You know what I'm saying? They think they just better than you. I don't talk to y'all like I'm better than y'all.
Yeah.
I even tell y'all my flaws. I tell y'all what I went wrong at. I say, don't repeat that mistake. And I'm not doing it anymore. I ain't got no more baby mamas. I did it one time, I said, nope, that ain't the way to do it. Nope. And don't y'all do it that way either. You follow what I'm saying? You got to keep it real with these kids, because kids, let me tell y'all something too about kids. Kids can spot phoniness real easily. If you hang around them enough, kids will call cap on your butt in a minute.
You bring it out.
So all these kids here, and listen to me, because y'all know, children listen to me because I talk to them for real. I work with children. I understand child psychology. I know how children think. I know you got to keep it real with these kids. You can't be making promises and stuff. Kids hold you to stuff. Who were the main ones, Kevin J, when I say I'm going to do a class? Who the main ones in the chat making records? Okay, we're going to hold you there, Josh. It one of the adults was it?
Them young folks, brother. There's a you
Them young
grab.
folks, because that's
They got
all
the
kids
timestamp.
do. Yep. Kids hold you to stuff. Parents, who are some parents? Give me a W in the chat if you're a parent and you know this. Give me a W in the chat if you promise something to a kid and they hold you to it. Some kids even keep reminding you until the day of.
That's right. Yeah, buddy.
So kids will hold you to stuff, and if you don't deliver, they never forget it. Daddy, I thought you said, well, yeah, son. All they understand is that you didn't do what you said you were going to do.
That's it.
Even if it wasn't really your fault, why you couldn't do it. Kids hold you to stuff. So you got to hold your kids to stuff, but you can't hold your kids to stuff if you ain't holding up your side of the deal. You got to show them their word is bond. You got to teach them that. So when you tell them that, they're going to get that same discipline. You throw it right back up in their face. I told y'all going to do this. If you did that, didn't I? Yeah. Did I do it? Yes. So then you need to be a man or a woman of your word, because they see you doing it. Remember, they're your students, and they're following you to learn from you. That's what it said disciple mean, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Hold your kids accountable to stuff. I remember my son was like in the 6th grade. He wanted me to give him the Nintendo Switch, the Nintendo U, the Wii U. I made a deal with him. We had a saying. He probably still remember. This is what I told him his report card had to be: B's or better. OR. Like B's or better. In other words, you want anything, you want to ask me for anything, your report card need to have B's or better.
Mm-hmm.
That was our little rule. He tried me one time, came home with a report card, had a few C's on there. I said, those are C's, dude. We said B's or better. That's what we said. He tried it. You know, they're gonna test you because that's the nature of the child. No, sir. See you next semester. That's what I told him. He'll tell you. See you next semester. He came back next semester. He didn't have nothing but B's on his report card.
All right, now.
I got him there with you. That's how they go.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't wait to show it to me. Dad, remember what you said? In fact, the way they did it too, first his mama called me. Gonna say, yeah, your son on the other line, he got something he want to tell you. And I could tell him some good news about how she was telling me. As soon as he get on the line, Dad, I got my report card and I ain't got number B's on it. His mom on the other line. Yep, I saw it myself, Josh. He got B's on the report card. Y'all know me. I still got to see it though. I believe it. Right. I still got to see it. And he couldn't wait. Came over that weekend, dang, they'll slap me in the face with it as soon as I open the door.
Right.
You hater.
Right there, right.
All right.
Hey,
We good. Couldn't wait to show it to me.
IMAX.
And see, that's how
your face.
Smack me in the face with it. As soon as I open the door, dang, they'll slap me with the report card, bro. Right? Had to make sure that it actually did say B's because it took a while for my vision to stop being blurry. He slapped me so hard with the report card, bro. Had to make sure.
IMAX, boy.
And when you hold your children to standards and promises, and they know there's a reward with it, it's going to make them strive towards it and be very happy to show you that they did it.
That's right.
Because children have a tendency to want to show off for their parents anyway. They want to impress you. A lot of us breed that out of our kids. We're so bad parents, we make our kids not want to impress us anymore. If you're a parent, you understand this. You remember when your child was 3, 4 years old, kindergarten, everything they did, they want to come home and show it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Every little thing they did. And that's why as a parent, you have to be hyperbolic about every small achievement they make. Hyperbolic means exaggerate. You got to make it the biggest deal in the world.
Amen.
You got to reinforce that positive behavior. That's how you do it. These kids today, they don't care what their parents think of them. That's why they out here doing whatever.
Yep.
You got to get these kids to an age where they still feel well into their mid-20s that they want to impress you. That's the reason why a lot of these children grow up with complexes. Dad never was proud of me. Dude, you 45 years old. Are you kidding me?
Right.
Still stuck on it though, ain't it? Because they have lifelong effects.
Mm-hmm.
You know, mama never told me she was proud of me. Dude, you 70. You got grandkids. You still talking about mama never told you? You got therapy, something. Right? But that's how it be sometimes, because sometimes people never get over that parental support and encouragement, even after they got their own kids.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to support your kids psychologically and mentally. Why do y'all think, Kev and Jay, I always giving these youngsters their flowers? Why do you think I do that? I'm a youth counselor too. I'm not just do sessions, I do youth counseling too. Children need encouragement. I don't want Isaiah AC one day go out in the world and be like, man, you know, man, all I did was listen to everything Brother Josh tell me to do. I'm taking notes. I'm doing my own. That dude ain't one time saw me. He ain't one time acknowledged me. Not one time. That'll be messed up, wouldn't it, Kevin J, if he ever was able to grow up and say that. And everybody can see what he doing. I can't even get that boy one attaboy. No. And that's why and children like attention. Even if you just clowning them. That's why I be clowning the kids and stuff, because it shows that I see them. See, all this stuff is psychological. I'm telling y'all the secret to the sauce and why I'm doing it. But that's why I do it. That's why I be clowning them. Like when Isaiah had on that tight female Fantastic Four shirt. You know what I'm saying? Like when he had that on. I mean, that shirt was tight, y'all. I could see your heartbeat.
Beat.
You know what I'm saying? That shirt was tight. Then he did a turnaround so we could see it from behind. I saw his kidneys.
You said his kidneys that, bro?
I saw his kidneys. Boy, that thing was tight. You can see his internal organs. That thing was tight. And I don't mean tight as in fashion, like, yo, that's a tight shirt. I mean tight, literal tightness.
Tied around his neck, everything.
You got a nerve to get a turtleneck? Or are you trying to choke? I'm just saying, bro, are you trying to choke? Like, hey, you know what I'm saying? But that's my boy, though. But they show you that I was paying a lot of attention to him. Right? They show you I was paying a lot of attention to all the details. Right?
Right.
But that's what I do. Everybody at ABT will tell you, if Brother Josh clowns you or like jokes with you a lot, that means he really loves you. That's what that means. And I really do love Isaiah, man. That's a good kid, man. And God willing, he gonna do some great things. I see beautiful things to him in his future if he continue on that path. I really do. And let's just be honest, y'all. He wanted us to see it. He could have kept that. Yeah, he wanted me to clown.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? He wanted me to do it, right? And he knew I was. He tried to say, okay, let's see what Josh gonna do with this. Let's see Josh work with this. All right, okay. I'm like, oh boy, he gave me a lot to work with right here. He gave me a lot of material.
Hey, did his mother talk him into it? Hey, KJ, did you talk him into it?
I think he just volunteered.
Oh, no, he volunteered. I thought she talked him into it. Okay. She said no.
Exactly. Don't put that on. You can't blame Mama on that.
Hey, like my back since KJ.
Mama like, I ain't do that. Mama like, I ain't do that. Talking about some Fantastic Four. What was fantastic that shirt didn't rip. That was fantastic.
That turtleneck.
Stop. You know what I'm saying? Well, let's move on.
Out of it. Okay. That sounds more like.
You try to talk about it. No, sometimes they want to do them. right? You tripping with that shirt, man. Isaiah want, sometimes like, man, they want me to get them. Somebody said that, man, you wanted me to get you, bro. You wanted that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Proverbs 13, what I said, 24. You'll read that, please.
Proverbs 13 and 24.
Yes.
Okay, it's Proverbs 13 and 24. It reads, he that spareth his rod hateth his son, but he that loveth him chastiseth him betimes.
And betimes mean often, a lot. Is that he that spareth his rod, that means spares to discipline their child, whether it's physically or with punishment. But when they say rod, first and foremost, it's talking about physically. If you spare the rod, you hate your son. Now, these are some strong words.
Yeah.
But when you think about it, you got to hate your son or your daughter if you don't discipline them. Because what you're telling them is, I hope you mess up. I hope you fail. I hope you stay doing wrong. We got it twisted. I can't whoop my baby. I love her too much. No, you hate her.
That's right.
So this means that if you chastise them often, that means you love them. That's what that means. See, we got it backwards. You're supposed to stay on your children's grass every time they mess up. Let them know it. That's love right there.
Yep.
I've talked to parents before. Women, I don't know what to do. Whoop them. I don't want to. Get out my phone.
Right.
You don't love your child. You don't. I don't see some weak men don't want to whoop their kids. You don't love your child. That's why we get on y'all grass. Y'all remember that time when Kev of the Dust had to say something to the youngster about some of the stuff they were posting in the chat? He didn't do that just because it was inappropriate. He did it because he loved them. He was correcting them. No, that's unacceptable behavior. Y'all gotta understand all of this. I'm telling y'all, this is coming from a place of love, of concern. That's what that is. So I'm going to stay on y'all grass, especially my young people, because that's love right there. It's when we stop correcting y'all that y'all should be concerned. And some children even know that. Some children will do stuff just to see if you paying attention.
Facts.
You know what? My daddy Josh ain't whooped me in a while. Let me tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to stay out past curfew and just see what happens. I just want to see if he's still paying attention, if he even care. Bad move, but you're gonna do it anyway. Because as soon as you walk in that door, I'm standing right in the living room with the belt, just like this. And post it up, just like this. Like, dang, he do love me.
Yeah, love you alive.
Yes. And now he about to feel this love. You follow what I'm saying? Piece of tough love. Because kids will do that sometimes. I'm telling you. They'll do that just to see if you care. That's why there's a lot of kids out there, they're running the streets. They said, ain't nobody in the house worried about me. Don't nobody care. They having fun in the streets, but they're also hurting because nobody cares. Especially if they're running the streets with kids who got parents that do care. Hey, man, where y'all going? Hey, my mom said I got to get home when the street lights come on. Oh, man, can't you stay out a little later? My mom let me stay out late. No, man, my mom said I got to be in the house. And they out there by themselves looking sad because nobody cares what time they come in the house.
Man,
they enjoy the freedom, but they hurt because nobody cares.
That's right.
And children crave discipline. They're wired to be that way. You said something, Gideon?
Yeah.
Exactly. Somebody in the chat, remember Naruto? Remember how Naruto was? He ain't have no parents. All the kids, other kids in the Lee Village, parents calling them in. He out there sad by himself because nobody cared about him. Like with boys in the hood. Look how they all turned out. They ain't have no daddy. Fatherhood is very important in this, y'all. I'm not saying a woman can't do it by herself, but most of them can't. And I never bet on bad statistics. That's just stupid.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell y'all to go the most likely successful way. I'm gonna tell y'all to go with the way that's gonna have the least amount of struggle for you.
Right.
I'm not gonna encourage y'all to take the hard route and you ain't got to. Why would I do that? That's why I say, man, a lot of us, we've been struggling for so long, we become addicted to it. We're addicted to struggle.
Yeah.
What you say, Jenny?
Hot
Y'all
mic.
got if y'all trying to say something. Dale. Oh, okay. Oh, by the way, ask Nee if she saw the kneecap shirt I sent her in her Instagram. Yes, I sent it to your DM. I sent it to your DM. I also sent it to you too, Gideon. I made the Mr. Cedric shirt. I made the Mr. Cedric shirt. Yep. Yeah. I told her I was gonna make it, and I'm gonna send you one, and you better rock it. Send you one too. Dang. Dang. Tell her $2 in the mail.
He said, dang.
Her $2, just like I did with Nicole Levels when I use her idea for power levels. Her $2. You got them $2 yet, Nicole? By the way, you got them $2. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you got your $2. You know what I'm saying, right? But I want everybody to know this stuff, man. This is how we supposed to be. We got to show our kids that we care, and every now and then they're gonna try stuff just to see if you care. Just to see if you care. That's what they're gonna do. Just see if you care, right? Just make sure kids, all my kids under 18, just whatever, if you decide to test your parents to see if they care, just make sure that it ain't no big test. Test them on something real small. Isaiah, don't be like, man, I'm finna come to the house at 3 a.m. to see if mama care. Don't do that. Well, Josh, you told me. No. Do it on something small. You know what I'm saying? Get a C plus or something instead of the usual B. And then see what she said. If you don't want to test, don't test on nothing big.
And
you know what I'm saying? Don't do it.
You gonna get this man put to sleep. You go put
I'm just saying, man. Get that man yoked out.
Okay.
She gonna punish him by telling him to wear that Fantastic Four shirt all day. That's the punishment. Go to school wearing that Fantastic Four shirt all day. That's your punishment. Mama, just whoop me. Just whoop me, Mom. But it's right. It probably ain't gonna let him go about that shirt. Y'all know that.
Yeah, it ain't going away no time soon.
Y'all know ain't going away no time soon. Well, I said we going
we haven't got the next one yet. We did Proverbs 13 and 24. We haven't gotten the next one yet.
Okay. Proverbs 19.
Proverbs 19.
And verse 18.
19 and 18. Okay, it's Proverbs 19
and 18.
And 18. It reads, chasten thy son while there is hope, and let not thy soul spare for his crying.
Now, I want y'all to pay attention to this. What's the key word here? It said chasten, same word that you got for correction. While there is hope. What does that imply, Kevin J, Keanu, Gideon, Kneecap?
He's gonna run out of hope. He's gonna get too old. It'll be too late.
It's gonna get to a time where they get too old and it's no hope left.
Yep, too late.
See, a lot of these parents want to wait till the child 15, 16 to start trying to lay down the law.
Oh, no.
Ain't no hope left.
No.
You ain't been doing it from the beginning. All they're going to do is rebel.
Yep.
That's why I said do it while it's hope. That don't mean that it's absolutely never will work. Like I said, we don't speak in absolutes. But here's the problem. A lot of women, and I talk more about the single women because they have the most problem with disciplining kids than men do. Right? A lot of women learn about this stuff. They join a church like ABT, and they learn about this stuff. And then they want to get their chest all out, and they want to go back and try to discipline their 16, 17, 18-year-old son. And they ain't been doing it. And then they wonder why it's not working. You can't administer something this late in the game. That's why we're supposed to do it from the very beginning. That means there's a time where there's no hope. Your child is a lost cause. That's a horrible thing to say to a mother, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Rough.
But lost cause just simply means lost to you correcting them. That don't mean they're lost to being corrected, period. That means there's nothing you can do. That don't mean ain't nothing society can do.
Mm-hmm.
And when they get to that point where you cannot discipline them, even if you tried at the last minute, they still got to do right. You can't be like, well, I can't discipline them. They don't got too old, but I'm still letting them stay in my house and do whatever they want to do. You give them that ultimatum. Look, I know I ain't been doing this, but this is the way things are going to be now, or you going to get out. But can you believe I've heard mothers tell me, well, I can't put them out. I'm scared something's going to happen to them. Oh, my God. You know what? Maybe they ain't the one who there's no hope for. Maybe ain't no hope for you as a parent. Maybe you're hopeless. Because they get to the point where they breaking curfew, getting in trouble, and they don't want to listen to you. It's time for them to get out. I'm locking doors. I'm changing locks. You ain't back in this house by a certain time. The streets is where you sleeping in. That's how you supposed to be. Y'all let these kids just run wild. Same thing with these girls. They be out on the streets and stuff. Still come home. Still getting fed. Still getting school clothes. No. You don't want to listen to me? You finna start losing some perks. You gonna wear them same rusty Reeboks that you wore last year back to school. That's how you do. You start taking away privileges. You can still wear them shoes. I hope you got some shoe polish. You got to touch them bad boys up because you ain't getting no new school shoes. You don't want to keep curfew. Don't even ask me about no Switch 2 or no PlayStation 5. Don't even talk to me about that kind of stuff. Because they'll say all that stuff and they'll do all this wickedness and you'll still reward them. And you wonder why they won't improve their behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, a lot of y'all are too soft to be parents. Y'all softer than the baby. Being a parent is a hard job, and it takes hard people to do it, men and women. You cannot do this. A lot of y'all don't got what it takes to be parents because you're too scared or too soft to discipline your child. You can be as scared as you want to hurt them. I can understand that. But I tell you this, society ain't going to be scared to hurt them.
Nope.
Or the people in this world ain't going to be too scared or too soft to hurt them. Y'all some enablers. Y'all want y'all child to end up dead in these streets or in prison. You don't want to say anything to them. You're so scared of hurting them, you don't understand that you're killing them. Right? What was that verse? It says, and let not your soul spare for his crying. In other words, don't hold back on the beating just because they crying.
Right.
Kids got that figured out too. A toddler. I've seen toddlers. You just act like you're going for the bell. And then you don't do it because you feel so sorry for crying. They don't work on me. You know what I said? I'm going to give you something to cry about. I'm going to make you earn those tears. You're going to earn those tears. Don't play that game with me. All this crying and stuff. Straighten up your face right now. I ain't even touched you yet. I ain't even brushed past you yet. You crying already? That just make me mad. I tell people all that. When it comes to women and children, and I'm just telling y'all this, Brother Josh, if you wrong, and I want y'all to focus on this part of it, if you wrong and you cry, tears piss me off.
Mm-hmm.
That pisses me off. I've had women try to pull this crap on me, relationships and friends, and I don't have to get on their grass for something they did jacked up either to somebody else or to me. And then they start to crying. Don't do that. No. It's like pouring gasoline on an already blazing fire. When kids and children do that, don't you cry. I grew up in a generation where you had to take a whooping and couldn't even cry. Now, that's just messed up. Really, Dad? You out here beating the hell out of me and say, I can't cry. What? Huh? We don't have them generations. I grew up in a generation you get hit in the chest by your dad or by your older brother, and you got beat down more if you cry.
Yeah. Holding it in hard.
You got to hold it in.
Shoulder shrugging, trying to, you know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Fix your face. We could even, you just hit me in my chest, dude. I can't even ball up my face about it.
Yeah, I remember that.
That made us tough. That made us learn respect.
Right.
You try that today, CPS knocking on your door.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I wish a child would call CPS on me. Ooh. Because that's your new parent. You call CPS, I say, come get them. Take them. So they can stick you in one of them jacked up orphanages. Go on over there. See how much freedom you have over there.
That's nice.
Children be threatening to run away. I'll pack you a lunch. I'm running away. Bye. I seen this one video on Facebook where this little bitty girl, it was so adorable. Her mama did something. Her mama was filming it. She was like, I'm running away. It was so adorable. And her mom was talking to her, why you running away? Because you wouldn't let me do this. Because the little kid did something bad. She had a little backpack on. She could have been on more than about 4 or 5. She cried and stuff. It was so adorable. That couldn't have been Brother Josh, though. I would have been holding the door for her. Go on, bye. Bye. Get out. Get out. Then I'll arrange for one of my neighbors who got a dog to be waiting right outside. And then when she come back, I'm like, it really them streets, ain't it, baby? It really them streets, ain't it? Oh, that doggy. Yeah, it really in these streets, ain't it, baby girl? Okay, then let's just go back and try this again. See, I'm sadistic with it, y'all. I don't play about these kids. I'm telling y'all. Soon as you walk out the door, y'all know, don't none make a child do about face and run in the opposite direction than a big barking dog. Y'all know I ain't lying.
Oh, yeah, facts. What kill it?
Soon as she come running back in the house, I already be squatted down to greet her.
Right.
That's all you got to do, man. You got to play mind game with these kids sometimes. I don't play nothing about that. You gonna threaten to run away? What's that in your backpack? Some snacks, some fish snack. Oh, baby girl, ooh, that's so nice. But you know, daddy bought them, and you're running away. So you take these.
That's cold, man.
What is that? A Capri Sun? I'll take it out, pop it in the straw. You can't get this either, baby girl. Teach them at an early age. It's like, dang, it running away ain't what it cracked up to be there. I need to just stay here. Shoot. That's how you do. Ask anybody who know me. That's how I operated. They turn their butt right back around. You got to let them know early. You hold all the chips. You hold all the cards. That's how you do. You going to threaten to run away? Don't threaten me with a good time. That's how you supposed to be. I do the same thing with women. I do the same thing. If I'm in the wrong, I ain't got no shame in my game, Kevin J. I'm on the record. Is every woman listening right now? I want to make sure I got every woman attention. Give me a W. Give me a W. I want to make sure. Keanu, are you hearing me? I want to make sure every woman hear me when I say this. If I'm with a woman and I'm in the wrong and she threatened to leave, and I know I'm the one messed up real bad, Brother Josh out on the front lawn, on his knees, begging her to come back. That's on God. If I messed up so bad, I ain't talking about no little petty stuff. I mean, if I mess up so bad that I got a good woman and she walk out, I'm out there. I'm like David Ruffin. I ain't too proud to bed.
You said David Ruffin, brother?
David Ruffin, the Temptations. I know you want to leave me, but I refuse to let you go. That's that song. That's me.
Yeah. Oh, I know the song. Yeah.
But if I'm in the right and she threatened to leave me, ooh, y'all ain't gonna ever see a bigger gentleman in y'all life because I'm gonna hold the door for her so quick. Y'all gonna see some serious chivalry. I'm gonna hold the door so quick. Please, bye. Bye. Don't ever threaten to leave me if you know I ain't the one wrong and you trying to just threaten me like that. Think you finna make me do what you want me to do? Bye. Because women like that, they are part of broken families.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with you sisters. If he did you dirty, right? And you really considering leaving, leave it. If he really like repentant and asked you to stay, keep walking. If you know you a good woman and he did you dirty like that, he ain't even trying to apologize or get right, keep moving. I tell women the same thing. They go both ways. But if you know you just in your feelings and you want to test him, don't do it because you might fail that test. Then you're going to be looking stupid. But I tell anybody in a minute, if I got me a good one and I mess up, I'll beg. I don't care who watching. You can world star me. You can Instagram. Brother Josh begging over there.
In the back. Right.
Above Ruby. Fine. So if you lose a good one, you better beg her to stay. I don't care. Y'all already know I don't care what nobody think about me anyway. As you know, as far as like me doing right or wrong, y'all know I don't care nothing about that. But y'all, I don't care what y'all think. Kevin J come back later on, man. I can't believe you beg her to stay with you, Josh. Yeah, but she here though, ain't she?
Thanks, man. Thanks. That's fact.
But you know, ain't she? I see
There
she
she go
still
right
there,
there, brother.
Yep. And you know I had to do some serious begging because I messed up bad. Bad. Right? But this is why I say we were going on Proverbs 19. We already read that. 18.
read that.
Okay, let's go to 1 Samuel. Let's go to 1 Samuel. Story time.
Go time. Samuel.
I keep it real with y'all, man. I keep it real. Acting like I just don't care. Man, that was a good woman. She could cook too. And y'all know Brother Josh can't cook. I told y'all, man, I burn water.
Hey, you do
Told
what?
y'all that.
You said you burn water, brother?
I burn water.
Let me write
I
that
burn
down.
water.
Brother said he burned
Put some water on the stove. The water caught on fire. Don't ask me how it happened.
Hey, you know what? Hey, brother, I got nothing.
Don't ask me how it happened. Don't ask. Everybody know that about me too. Everybody. There is no secret. You can't shame me about that. God didn't give me that gift. And I ain't care to learn it.
Brother said burn water. It's
You know what I'm
deep,
saying?
brother. Deep.
I'm in litigation with ramen noodles right now. Got a whole lawsuit going with them. Trying to sue them because I can't cook.
What's up, brother? It's messed up.
I'm just saying. If she can cook too,
Oh.
and she walking out on me on meatloaf night?
No, Temptation's gonna be blasting in the background.
Begging like Keith Sweat.
They come back. Hey.
Exactly. Tell you. Y'all be tripping. I can't do it. My pride. Man, please. Pride don't fill bellies.
Not at all.
You know what I'm saying? You can't eat pride.
Not at all.
And your dang sure can't sleep with it.
This brother.
Tell y'all the truth. If you got a good one, I ain't telling nobody to be out here simping.
Right. No, we got it.
I'm talking if you got a good one. Right? And a lot of brothers don't have some good ones and let them go.
Mm-hmm.
You better chase her. You better run out that house behind her. I'll chop block her.
Hey, you gonna chop block her, brother?
You gotta play football.
Brother.
Y'all don't know what chop block is. Who in the chat know what chop block is? Y'all don't know what chop block or somebody is? If you're a good one, she ain't going nowhere. Google it. It's something you do. It's an illegal move in football.
Yeah.
Basically, it's when you tackle them low from behind their knees. They call it chop block.
Get a blow.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Try to walk out on me if you're a good one. I'm begging. You keep on walking. I'm chop block you, then I'm carry you right back in the house.
This brother.
First Samuel chapter 8. And it ain't even dark yet. And it ain't even dark yet, bro.
It's
First
what's
Samuel
going
chapter 8.
on today, man.
Now remember I was telling y'all about how most of the time, if you teach your child the right way, they won't depart from it when they get older. But now I'm going to show y'all that's not always the case. Now, why am I bringing this out again? Because I don't want any parents on here who may be listening, who know in their heart of hearts that they tried their best with their child or children. They did everything they could. They whooped them. They talked to them. They took away privileges. And they still ended up bad, and they're in prison right now. I don't want nobody to think that Brother Josh is blaming me in spite of me knowing everything I did. I want y'all to know that there are cases where your child will depart from the good and beneficial teachings that you gave them. They did not want to be your disciple. They did not want to accept your discipline, right? This is an example. This is one example of this. This is 1 Samuel chapter 8. We're going to read verses 1 to 3. 1 Samuel chapter 8, 1 to 3. Read that, please. Now watch what it says. It's pretty clear, too. Go ahead.
It's 1 Samuel 8 and 1. And it came to pass, when Samuel was old, that he made his sons judges over Israel.
See, Samuel was the judge at first, and now, he's near retiring, So he made his sons. So we know how righteous Samuel was. Before Samuel retired, he gave a whole speech asking, so anybody tell me what wrong I did? Who have I ever stolen from or anything like that? Everybody in the crowd like, you never did nothing wrong. So we know there was a righteous man, and we know he raised his sons to be like him. But watch what it says.
2. And that the name of his firstborn was Joel, and the name of his second Abiah. They were judges in Beersheba.
Right? Mm-hmm.
And his sons walked not in his ways, but turned aside after lucre, and took bribes and perverted the judgment.
And his sons walked not in his ways. That means they didn't walk like their father taught them. It said, but they turned aside after lucre. That means dishonest gain or money.
Yeah.
And took bribes and perverted judgment. Perverted judgment means when you're standing as a judge to judge between right and wrong, when somebody bring a case to you, you pervert the judgment. In other words, you side with the guilty over the innocent if the guilty pays you off with a bribe.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't get that from Samuel. That's why I said they didn't walk in his ways. But Samuel raised these boys to be right. So they didn't get it from him. So that shows you there are times where even if you do your best as a parent, some children are just bad seeds or bad eggs, as people call them. That's why you see people when they visit their children in prison, they're like, I gave you everything. You didn't lack anything. I tried to talk to you. I disciplined you. It just, no matter what I did, you just wouldn't listen. That does happen. So I don't want y'all to think that I'm just all in, oh, they messed up. It's the parents. No, sometimes it's not the parents. Sometimes you just got some children that don't want to do right. And you can tell if you talk to the parents, look at the parents' history. Father has no history of getting in and out of prison. Always had an honest job. Same thing with the mama. And then you look at the history of the child was on the right path. And then around 15, 16, they start tripping. So they did not get this from Samuel, did they? So I want y'all to understand when it says train a child up in the right way, and then when he's old, he won't depart from it. That's a general rule, meaning most of the time that will happen, but it's not guaranteed.
So this is the exception.
This is the exception, and the exception doesn't prove the rule, and the exception doesn't give you an excuse to disobey the rule. And the rule is not the law, but the rule. In this context, rule just simply means rule of nature, how stuff happens. Mm-hmm. And more often than not, if you train your child the right way from a child, when they grow old, they won't depart from it. But you also got to factor in the society we live in, because that's going to mess with the statistics and the chances.
Yeah.
We didn't have social media and stuff back then, where a lot of stuff was
Right.
easily accessible.
Exactly.
They also lived in a culture before Israel became apostate that promoted righteousness. See, it's harder now because we don't live in a culture where it promotes righteousness. Care but the Dust can raise his kids good all he want to, but they got to go out into this world. And Care but the Dust will tell you a lot of other parents in this world don't come close to the values that he teaches children. And y'all can say the same thing too as parents. At least in the time when this was written, Israel wasn't that wicked. Like their laws were based on morality. So you got to understand and take into account that when Solomon wrote that, that was during the time period where the right way was the actual rule of law.
Right.
But even then, it still wasn't absolute. And now it's gotten even worse. So it's even less absolute. But still, the majority of the time is how it works. It can still be done, and it's still done the majority of the time. Do everybody understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Because even in Samuel's time, and I want y'all to understand, Samuel was a judge. That means he was the absolute leader of Israel. So that means he was a righteous example to the entire nation. And still somehow your dad is the leader, the righteous leader of an entire nation. And yet somehow his own son still turned out that way. Let that sink in. He was the ultimate example because he was the leader of Israel.
Yep. Wow.
So you know if that can happen with somebody like Samuel in a nation where their laws encourage them to be righteous and under the leadership of one of the most righteous men, and his sons can still turn out bad, you don't think that's a possibility for your kid? Not a certainty, not even a majority, but that's a possibility. I wanted y'all to see that. But now let's move on. And before we do, we're going to take this intermission. Kevin J, hit him with the intermission. I'll be right back. I got to use the restaurant right quick.
Intermission it is. Amen. All praise to the Most High. I really like where it's going. We have touched on some of the stuff in BRC as well, which is amazing to me. But these all play well. At least for me, what hit me a little bit is we talked about like the males. Like I never understood males, at least from Chicago, where I'm from, when the males when they leave their ex and they have a son, that stings me, when they don't care about the well-being of their son. That's a huge thing. And for me, I never understood how a man or a male could like not have a conscience when it came down to leaving your son. Like how does that compute? It doesn't compute for me. And I don't understand men that allow that. When Josh was talking about that, I was thinking about I knew a lot of guys, like in the Chicago area, like they just, it's like nothing to them. Yeah, man, they blame their ex. Yeah, she with him, and she brainwashing him, blah, blah, blah. Okay. But what are you doing? What are you doing to stop that? What are you doing to step up and go see your son, regardless of what you're telling them? Step up, do something. So that you give that's your reason for not even trying because she brainwashing your son. You just give up. I can't see it. And I never understood. And some of those kids, they grow up, they in the system and almost immediately. Your kids are almost immediately in the system without a father in your life. So that hit me when he talked about, the men who just kind of like let this, like I look at Brother Isaiah. I don't know the situation either, but I know that he has a strong presence with his mom. And that's why I gravitate towards him, you know what I mean? Because I care about him in that way. But it's a lot of kids who, they don't turn out like Isaiah. If it's just his mother raising him, he's a smaller number that turns out like him. Very small number. So that's why I think that for men, even if you are separated, from your ex or whatever the case is, don't make excuses about seeing your son, your daughter either, period. Try.
Right.
Don't use it as an excuse to lay back and not try to be a part of your child's life. To me, a lot of people play that role, and I'm just not for it. I could not see that one way or the other. But I digress, brother.
That's right. Praise God. And appreciate that. And we got a lot of these young prodigies in here, male and females. We got some underage young ladies
Definitely.
in here too. Right? And we got to understand that, man, because this class is for us as the parent and for y'all as the children, because y'all are going to be parents one day. Right? And we got to break the cycle because we got a lot of vicious cycles that we come from. And the only person that can break any cycle is you, the individual. You
Amen.
want to stop it? You can stop it. Right? I broke my cycle. I did not know my real dad. I didn't know my real dad. I ain't ashamed to tell nobody that. But my son knows his real dad.
Amen.
Now, I don't even know if my real dad knew his real dad, but I know I was the beginning. From what I do know is that I was the beginning of the cycle between me and him. So I made sure that when I have my children, my son, that my son was going to know who his father is.
Amen.
So I'm living proof that if you just make up your mind to do it, you can break the cycle, because I broke it.
Praise God.
I got to make sure that my son don't start it back up.
Right. Be on them.
So it can be done, y'all. Same thing with the sisters. You can make sure, okay, if you had a child out of wedlock, you got a baby daddy or two, okay, whatever. You done with that part of your life. You don't found Christ now. You trying to do good. Now you got to try to make sure that your daughter, make sure that when she gets a baby, she at least have a fiance that's about to marry her, let alone being actually married. We don't expect miracles overnight, but each generation is supposed to correct something that the last generation had wrong.
Praise
And if you can do more than one correction, more power to you. But that's how you got to start. You got to build it up generation after generation. We don't supposed to devolve. We are supposed to evolve.
Evolve. Praise God.
That's what we're supposed to do. If you can look back as a parent, right now, I'm talking to my parents now. If you can look back on something that you know your parent had wrong or raised you wrong, and I ain't telling nobody to judge their parents, because nobody got no perfect parents, right? But if you can look back on anything that they did wrong that you're doing right today, that means you broke a cycle. I don't care what it is, how big it is, how small it is. That means you broke a cycle. You should be looking at that as a win, because that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And then you keep it going. That's how you do it. That's how you break generational curses. I hear people talk about generational curses like the curse just came out of nowhere. You generational curse, you idiot. We love saying that. It's a generational curse. What causes generational curses? Please tell me. We so big on not accepting accountability. We want to make what's going on with us supernatural.
Right.
There's a great
Can't be
force
broken.
beyond our understand. Man, get out of here with all that. Why don't you just admit you're a sorry parent and that you need to make some changes? Generation curses are real though, but we cast these curses.
Mm-hmm.
We do it. Your child is in and out of prison because his daddy ain't there, because he got a bad influence as a mama, because his daddy was in and out of prison. You take a pick, but at the end of the day, it's the parent that likely is the perpetrator.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stand when I hear people talk about generational curses like it's supernatural or something. No, you doing it. When I was growing up, I loved my stepdaddy, but I said, yo, when I get older, if I ever have a child, I don't care what. I made this decision when I was a teenager. I said, if I have a son, he's going to know who his father is. I made up my mind that that's just the way it's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the way it is, because my son lives with me right now. And I love having him around. I want him here. I like hanging out with my son. Me and my son, we real cool. He'll tell you. My son be online with his friends. His friends be telling him all the time, man, I wish I had a dad like yours. They be asking him to tell me to come over and talk to them and get them advice and stuff. These kids are not stupid. These youngsters, 20, 21, they're not stupid. They know the value of having a father in their lives. They know that. So we got to break these generational curses, y'all. We can't be up here making excuses. Okay, mom wasn't in my life. Dad wasn't in my life. I was abused as a child. I was touched as a child. Whatever the case may be, get some dang therapy, work it out, and then get to work.
That's right.
That's how you got to be. And then you be, this is how I look at it. Everything I didn't have growing up, it's real easy. You got a template. Whatever you didn't have, give it to them.
Mm-hmm.
It's a real easy template. Right? Well, I didn't feel that my mom talked to me enough. Then talk to your own dang daughter a lot. I didn't feel like my dad was around enough. Then be around. You know, live vicariously through your children. See yourself in them.
Mhm.
Give to them what you wish you got. That's what I do.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Johnny will tell you. I gave Johnny everything. I didn't start wearing name brand shoes till I was in the 6th grade.
Say that, brother.
So
I'll wait.
Yeah. So I made sure Johnny was wearing name brand shoes since kindergarten. Name brand clothes too.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to get video games as soon as they came out when I was growing up. So I made sure my son got them as soon as they came out.
Yeah.
That's what you do. You just look back on your life, reflect on your childhood, and be like, what do I wish my parent did for me or did more of when I was growing up?
Yeah.
Make a list if you have to. And then start doing that for your children. You just broke a generational curse.
Yeah.
Or 2 or 5. Simple and plain. That's all you got to do. But we want to keep complaining. You a baby mama, so you're going to make sure your daughter be a baby mama. And then turn around and complain about generational curses. Curses are handed down like clothes. And like clothes, you can refuse to wear them.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all understand that? They're handed down like clothes. You can choose to put it on and say, no, I'm not wearing this. I'm going to go get me some new clothes, some better clothes. But I want to keep passing down that same old dirty, nasty shirt, that same old dirty, nasty dress, and complaining about it as if you got to put it on. You know you can't just say, I don't want to wear this, right? Right? Do everybody understand that? It don't have to be that way.
Right.
But let's move on. Let's go to 2 Kings 22. Let's read about another one who tried to do right, but the kids wouldn't listen. 2 Kings 22. This is another one of these classes. This psychology, child psychology. I'm giving it all to y'all today, man. Y'all deserve this. Y'all true disciples. What was the definition of disciple? Somebody who follows you because they want to learn.
Mm-hmm.
That's what y'all show up for. Y'all show up to learn. The entertainment, that's a bonus. That's a bonus. But y'all primary function for being here is to learn. And y'all learn every week. I can attest to that. We're going to read about King Josiah. He was like the most righteous king that Judah ever had. The kingdom of Judah. Now watch what it says right here. 2 Kings 22, 1-2. I just want to point this out. Read that, please.
The 2 Kings 22 and verse 1. Josiah was 8 years old when he began to reign. And he reigned 31 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Jedediah. And the daughter was Adiah and of Adiah of Boskath.
So this guy started reigning when he was 8 years old. Now, of course, y'all know he wasn't functioning as a king because an 8-year-old can't run no kingdom. So, he had his mother and other handlers helping him out. But technically, he became a king at the age of 8. I want y'all to understand that. Well, that lets me know that some of y'all prodigies spiritually can become young kings. You follow what I'm saying? But he was only 8. So what does this tell you? He was only 8. He was young, right? Don't that mean that?
Yeah.
He was young, right? 8 is young, right? If y'all don't think 8 is young, ask Gideon. Y'all know what I'm telling y'all to ask him. Y'all know 8 is young, right? Read, please.
2 Kings 22 and 2. And he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, and walked in all the way of David his father, and turned not aside to the right hand or to the left.
And when it say David his father, it means his ancestor. It don't mean his immediate father, because David was not his immediate father. He was just in his ancestral line. But it says Josiah did that was right in the sight of the Lord, and did not turn to the right or the left. That means he was on that straight and narrow. That's what it means when you say don't turn to the right or to the left. He's on that straight and narrow. But this is Josiah, and it said he started at the age of 8. So that means by the time he became an adult, that man was already disciplined. Do everybody understand that?
Mm-hmm.
He was already disciplined. Somebody in the chat called that too, said he was straight. That's right. He was on that straight and narrow. He was straight. I like what you did there. See how they piecing everything together? I love it. Right? And he started at the age of 8. But if he started at the age of 8, that still means that he gets somewhat credit for what they consider to be what? A righteous king. But watch this now. We see Josiah. Now let's go to 2 Kings chapter 23. And we're going to read 31 and 32. We're going to read about his son. And if you read the whole chapter 22, it tells you all the righteous stuff Josiah did. You follow what I'm saying? He got Israel back keeping the law and stuff. You know what I'm saying? He renewed the covenant. Like this guy, he was doing a lot of good. He was doing a lot of good stuff. You follow what I'm saying? Right? But watch what it says here. His son, 23, one chapter over, 31 and 32. Read that, please.
This is 2 Kings 23 and 31. And Jehoahaz was 23 years old when he began to reign. And he reigned 3 months in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Hamutal, the daughter of Jeremiah of Libnah.
And I'm going to show y'all that this Jehoahaz is Josiah's son. One of them. Because he had another one. But let me show y'all. It says he was 23 years old when he began to reign. So he was a grown man when he began to reign. Right? Josiah was only 8. Right? Now watch what else it says. Go ahead and read.
32. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, according to all that his fathers had done.
Like in his ancestral line, not his immediate father, which was Josiah. Now let me ask you a question, Kevin J. Josiah was one of the most righteous kings that the king of Judah ever had. How in the world did Jehoahaz turn out so evil? Josiah converted the whole nation back to the law of God. The whole nation was apostate.
That's right.
And he converted them all back. How did his own son end up this way?
Deception.
You can't say that Josiah wasn't teaching him. Josiah was teaching the whole nation to turn back to God.
That's right.
So what happened? Like I've been telling y'all, sometimes it don't matter what you teach your kids. Like Caleb of the Dust, I know he's a dynamic father. God forbid one of his kids end up becoming a bad egg, but if they do, I'm not gonna be like Caleb of the Dust. I think, man, maybe you got soft, maybe you slipped up somewhere. I'm like, nah, that was a bad egg. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna put that on Caleb of the Dust because I know this man don't play. Like I know a lot of y'all don't play about y'all kids. So if I know y'all personally and I know that y'all be laying the law down and the kids still end up like that, then you just got you a couple of Samuel sons. You got you a Jehoahaz, right? A Jehoahaz. That's what you got. But it said he did evil. But watch this. We're going to read the same thing and it's going to have a little bit more detail. Go to 2 Chronicles 36. Because I do not want y'all on my grass, in my DM, going in on me saying, Josh, because you feeling a personal way because you know you got a son in prison or a daughter out there running wild and you think I'm putting it all on you. As if I don't know that sometimes you could be the best parent in the world and your children still turn out bad.
That's right.
I'm just showing y'all that there are exceptions to this rule. But the problem is you got a lot of people trying to avoid accountability when I can see that your children are just repeating your bad behavior. I can see that they got that from you. But if I don't see anything that you're doing or have done since you had a child that they're getting that from, or that I could see that you was trying your best to try to make them listen, they just wouldn't listen no matter the beatings, the talks, the punishments, the suspension, the privileges, and they still out there, then I'm not going to put that on you. But I'm showing y'all that it could happen. But you've done your job as a parent. Your hands are clean and your conscience is clear. That's how it's supposed to be. 2 Chronicles 36, 1-5. When you get there, read, please.
This is 2 Chronicles chapter 36, verse 1. And the people of the land took Jehoahaz, the son of Josiah, and made him king in his father's stead in Jerusalem.
And this is the verse that proves that this is Josiah's son, right? Read the next part.
2. Jehoahaz was 23 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months in Jerusalem.
And we know from reading 2 Kings 22, 1-2, that he was an evil king. It doesn't tell you this here, but we know from reading Kings that he was. So he didn't get that from Josiah, did he? But watch what else it tells you here. Continue.
3. And the king of Egypt put him down at Jerusalem and condemned the land in 100 talents of silver and talent of gold.
So he made them tributaries. And it tells you that this was Pharaoh Necho, king of Egypt. Right? So he made them tributary. I mean, you got to pay them taxes. The kingdom of Judah had to pay the king of Egypt and his land taxes. Right? But watch what else it says he did. Go ahead.
4. And the king of Egypt made Eliakim, his brother, king over Judah and Jerusalem, and turned his name into Jehoiakim. And Necho took Jehoahaz, his brother, and carried him to Egypt.
So he basically removed Jehoahaz from being the king and replaced him with his brother, right? Named Eliakim, and he nicknamed him Jehoiakim. So now Josiah's brother Jehoiakim is the king now. Not Josiah, I'm sorry, Jehoaz. Both of these are sons of Josiah, right? One got removed from being king by Pharaoh Necho, and he replaced him with his own brother, right? Jehoiakim. So both of these are Josiah's sons. We already know that Jehoahaz was an evil king. So we got an evil king being replaced by his brother. Let's see how his brother was. Go ahead.
5. Jehoiakim was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem, and he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord his God.
Come on, man. Really? Josiah was a righteous king. He converted the whole kingdom back from paganism, idolatry, not keeping the law. He got everybody back on board. So somebody please tell me how not one, but 2 of his sons became king right behind the other, and they both were evil.
Yeah.
They didn't get it from Josiah.
Nope.
Just like Samuel's son didn't get it from him. I just want y'all to see that sometimes, no matter how much you discipline your children, they just simply refuse to be your disciple. Meaning they don't want to be your student. They don't want to be your pupil. They don't want to follow you. They don't want to learn from you. It's called autonomy, sisters and brothers. That means the free will to make your own decisions. They just don't. Has nothing to do with you as a parent. Do everybody understand that there are exceptions to this rule about you training up your child and they not depart from it? Do everybody understand that in the chat before we move on? Everybody understand that? And it's very important that y'all know this, because you got adults right now in prison still blaming their parents for them being there, and their parents didn't even raise them to do stuff that'll send them in prison. Yet somehow it's your parents' fault. In other words, you had good parents and you're still blaming them. So sometimes, y'all, you can discipline your kids, but they don't want to be your disciple. They just go along with it until they no longer have to. They'll follow your rules. And then when they get out the house, or before they even get out your house sometimes, they decide this ain't for me. And the crazy thing about it is they'll end up in jail or prison for disobeying you, and then expect you to be the one to bail them out.
Yep. Facts.
Not Brother Josh.
Not me either.
I told Johnny, please, I'll give you one. You get one. You mess up and go to jail for something you did that you did wrong, I will bond you out. I will bail you out that one time. One. After that, don't even call me. Just let me know that you in there. Don't even call me, ask me to bail you out. Nope. Like they say, you did the crime, you got to do the time.
Right.
Especially if I know you're in there not obeying me. Because see, this is what children will do. Children will disobey you When you tell them not to do something that'll get them in trouble. Then when they get caught up, they want you, the person they disobeyed and tried to prevent that, to save them. No. You pick one. Either you listen to me and not get in trouble in the first place, or you don't listen to me and get in trouble and don't call me to bail you out. You only get one of the two. Pick. You got to let your children know right then and there which one is going to be. You follow my rules, you live in my house, you won't ever have to worry about going to jail. That's one of your options. Or you don't follow my rules and you go to jail and don't call me to get you out. Which one is going to be? Let your kids know. If they smart, they're going to pick the first one. If they stupid, they're going to pick the second one. And then you got to make it stick because they're going to still call you. Oh, I'm going to be good next time. That no. You finna do this time. You're going to do this time. They giving me 3 months. You had 3 months to think about it before you did it. Just sit up in there. I'll come visit you. I'll come holler at you. Mm-hmm. But I'm not getting you up out of there. And then when they finally do get out, they might be still mad at you, still resenting you, but I bet they ain't going to be doing nothing to get up in there anymore. And if they do, again, guess what? They already know. Don't even call dad because he ain't going to get me out.
Right.
But you got grown men and women in prison right now still pissed because their parents don't want to get them out. And if they get a lot of time in there, they mad because you don't come visit them anymore. Dude, you got 10 years, bro. You want me to take time out of my life to drive an hour and a half to come visit you in prison on the regular? See, these children don't understand how much of an inconvenience it is when they get in trouble to their parents. They don't understand that. Now, I got to miss time off of work or neglect your other siblings because I got to go all the way out there to see you, talk to you. So I'm telling y'all just like that. I want y'all to think about that when you're children and you get in trouble, it's not just affecting you. It's affecting your parents and all your other siblings.
Amen.
But you want everybody to drop what they doing and focus on the one that don't listen. No, you got to let them know right now, up ahead, look, if you want to be the one that do bad, fine. Because when you do bad, all you thinking about is you. So if you want to just think about you, fine. And only you, fine. But I'm only going to think about all the rest of them that don't want to do bad and listen to me. You supposed to be my mama, though. Yeah. And mama don't take no mess.
That's right.
You knew that. You knew that. But you tried anyway. That's why if I had a rebellious son or a rebellious daughter, or if any of you single mothers got rebellious sons or rebellious daughters, when you go, you give them that one. Everybody gets one. But after that, if they keep doing it, next time you go visit them, all you need to be telling them, like, hey, make yourself at home. Get comfortable because you're going to be in here for a while. What do we do? I'm trying to get this lawyer to get you up out. What? Now I got to scrape together this money to get you. No, not me. You finna sit down for a minute because you need to sit down somewhere. You knew what you were doing. What we read about in Proverbs is that even a child is known by his doing, meaning he got some kind of concept of right and wrong. You knew that. Time for you to sit down for a while. You bail them out anyway. I'm going to bail them out anyway. Month, 2 months later, right back at it. They don't accept your discipline because they don't want to be your disciple. They don't want to follow you. We got to start laying down the law, y'all. We got to let them know there's a cost to being your own boss. We got to let them know that. You don't want to listen to nobody. You want to be your own boss, fine, but it's going to cost you. Just call me, let me know where you at. I just want to know you okay. But I'm not coming to get you out anymore. I tell all your friends in the street, oh, he down there on Wright Street. I'll let all your people know if they wondering. I ain't just going to leave your people wondering where you at. They probably know anyway because you probably got in trouble with them. Yep. You follow what I'm saying? They probably knew before I knew.
And Josh, real quick, that's hard for a parent too. You know, especially a lot of the mothers, man. It's hard to leave your son in his own mess. It can be hard, but that's something you got to fight. You got to do that. As much as it hurt, you got to let him do his own. You got to let him. If he made the bed, you got to let him sleep in. You can't keep rescuing him.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. You know, like miss me with all this this nonsense. Because what we like to do is we like that, like we didn't know what we were gonna do. No, I ain't trying to hear all that. Our children know what gets them in trouble. If you got you a teenager, they know running up in somebody's house with a pistol trying to rob them, they know that's wrong and dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
They know that. I ain't got to tell Johnny the dangers involved in doing something like that.
He already know.
He already know. I'm tired of seeing these parents on the news crying about their children like they're the victims. No, your child died doing something they ain't have no business doing.
Facts.
That's on you. Even if you told them everything, y'all know how society do. Even if you did right and did everything you're supposed to do, you know that. How society gonna look at it? Who they gonna still blame, Kevin J?
Parent.
Still gonna blame the parent.
Yeah.
And then the ones who lack the most accountability be the main ones on there crying. No.
Main ones.
Main ones. You're not a good parent. And it especially be these single women. They be the main ones on there crying over a child you halfway tried to raise. How did you expect him to turn out? I don't know why we keep doing stuff. I don't know why we keep planting apple seeds and then get surprised when we get apples. I don't know what to do with that, Kevin J. You planted apple seeds and then you acting shocked when you get apples. I don't know what to do with you. What can I even say to you? I'm just telling y'all, right? So we see that even the other son, what we stop at? We was at 2 Chronicles 36, 1-5, right? We saw that even the other son was evil. 2 evil sons.
Both of them.
Didn't get it from Josiah.
Not at all.
Like Samuel's son didn't get it from him. So don't get off this chat mad at me thinking that I'm saying that you was a bad parent, even though you know that you did everything you could and your child still ended up in juvenile or dead in these streets somewhere. Like I'm blaming you. No, I'm telling you, there are cases where it ain't your fault. But let's move on. Let's go to Proverbs 29. Well, I said, man, child disciples. You can't have a child disciple without first teaching your child discipline. That's the key word. And for us too, as Christians, we can't be calling ourselves disciples of Jesus if we have no discipline. And a lot of us don't have any discipline. I'm tired of seeing people jump on social media, men and women, talking about they Christians and stuff. They love falling back on Jesus when they don't fail into sin. Oh, I know Jesus got me though. You know, I'm out here. They don't cut off my food stamps, my EBT. They don't cut off, but God got something. Jesus got something better in store for me. All of a sudden, you super religion. Where was all that super religion when you were opening your legs?
No. Yeah.
Where was Jesus at then?
All right, now.
Y'all always want to fall back on Jesus when y'all don't got caught up.
Right.
And then you want to talk like he was with you the whole time. You ain't even talking like, yeah, man, I was messing up. I need to give my life to Jesus. You talking like you were rocking with him the whole time. Like you just been a Christian. Get out of here.
Oh, yeah.
Christian women from the start. I ain't talking about after you change your life and give your life to Jesus. So don't misquote me here. But somebody who acting like they Christian from the start ain't got 2 and 3 baby daddies. I'm sorry. You were not rocking with Jesus then. You can say you are now that you don't got caught up, because that's often what God got to do to us anyway. He often got to beat us down to raise us up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Y'all talking like Jesus been the head of your life the whole time.
Mm-mm.
Stop all that. I can't stand when people get on there and they start, now they want to talk all about God. In fact, you weren't even talking about God till they cut off your food stamps.
Hey.
Are you kidding me? So I'm just telling y'all the truth, man. Like, stop the cap. And the crazy thing about it is, we're all sinners, y'all. So we don't need the cap. Why would I have to cap as a sinner to other sinners?
Don't make no sense.
It don't make no sense. Why am I trying to impress people who are just as bad as me, or in some cases worse? Why am I trying to cap for them?
Mm-hmm.
Just tell the truth. I was out here, I had my legs open to every Tom, Dick, and Harry. God gave me a wake-up call, and I ain't on that no more. I repented. The Bible talks about repenting in your life back to Christ. Anybody can do it. But they want to flex like they always had Jesus. Get gone somewhere with all that, man. Miss me with that. just miss me with it. Keep it real. I kept it real about me.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't come on here lying yet. I married Johnny's mom, and I didn't touch her until I proposed to her and put a ring on it and all. What like capping for? I will hope smash you long before a ring and after. Just gonna keep it real. Am I telling y'all to do that? No. Am I saying that's the right way to do it? No, but that's what I was doing. What I gotta come on here and lie to y'all for? Parents be doing that too. When I was your age, I didn't do anything about that like that. Mama, I talked to Miss Olivia across the street. She said y'all went to high school together. She said you the biggest hoe in the school. What you talking about? What you gotta lie for? You feel me? What you gotta lie for? You ain't gotta do all that. Just, you ain't saying you gotta tell your child every bad thing you did when they were their age, but you ain't got to lie about it either. Just keep it real. And let me tell y'all something, man. Children respect real. Don't they, Kevin J?
Absolutely.
Children can't stand phony, especially in adults. Children respect when I talk to my kid, they'll tell you, I talk to them straight up. I don't mince words. I talk to them just like I talk to y'all.
Mm-hmm.
No, I ain't say hope smashing. I said Hulk, Incredible Hulk smashing.
I said hope smashing.
There was no hope involved. It happened. But I ain't finna be up here lying to y'all, acting like I was this saint. Because parents like to paint themselves as saints to their children. And I get it. You don't want your child to, think less of you. But what if they find the truth? Find out the truth. If you struggle with something as a child, and your child comes to you with that, tell them, because now you better relate to them. They can understand that. Parents be lying. When I was growing up, we had to walk 4 miles to school in the snow.
In the snow, brother.
Mama, we still stay in the same house that you stayed in when you were growing up, and I go to your same elementary school. It's a block. We can see the school from our house, Mama. ain't even making sure the lies add up. She lying.
Oh man.
Oh, God. See, when I see this is the difference between me and a lot of y'all parents. I'm talking about underage kids. There's a difference between me and y'all parents. When I tell y'all about my situations in lore, I got receipts. I got the receipts. I can back it up. I can prove everything I be telling y'all. I got people I can put on the line, call up. I can back it up. Some of y'all parents will be telling y'all stuff, and they do it, with good intentions. They ain't just trying to lie to y'all because they want y'all to, think highly of them. But I can back up everything I say. Because I keep it real with y'all, man. I ain't finna count for y'all. Why?
Hey,
what up? Yeah.
Real quick at BRC, we got a lot of young guys. I mean, all those Ben, Teo, Bodon, Soul Jestar, Isaiah, Kim, all those guys are young. The one thing I told them today in BRC was the one thing we loved about you is that you never over righteous. The one thing that keeps us intrigued is the fact that you could talk to us on this level, right? And we know you telling the truth. You tell the truth on yourself. And I know you step on your own toes. You be on your own grass. But that's a wonderful thing about having a teacher is that we learn from you because you're not over righteous. You keep it on the level. And we literally was talking about that at BRC. I just wanted to mention that because you mentioned what you said. So I had to tell you about that.
Right. I'm just gonna tell y'all how it is. And I tell y'all where I went wrong, and I tell y'all where to go right. I'm not gonna try to glorify my sin and make it seem like, well, I did it, so it ain't that. No, don't do it. No baby mamas, young men. Marry them
Mhm.
first.
Mm-hmm.
Before you put a kid in them, marry them. And even if it don't work out, that won't be a baby mama, that will be your ex-wife. And an ex-wife is different from a baby mama. That's what my message is. If I grew up smoking crack, I ain't gonna try to glorify smoking crack. I'm gonna tell y'all, don't smoke crack. That's what you're supposed to do. But some of us are so arrogant and got such an ego, we can't humble ourselves in front of our children and tell them don't go wrong where we went wrong.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We want to be in the eyes of our children, as if they can't see through our BS anyway.
They can see right through it.
You follow what I'm saying? Just keep it real. Like I said, you ain't got to tell every single bad thing you did, but keep it real enough so they can know that this ain't the way to do it, because this is the way I did it, and it was jacked up. That's how you break generational curses. You tell them the truth. That's all you got to do. Feels good. Tell them the truth, right? Y'all can't expose me. Oh, he got an outside baby mama, and he ain't never. I already told you that. Go ahead, make a video. I made a video first.
Come on, somebody.
You know what I'm saying? You got to own it before you can master it anyway. Just so y'all know that. Proverbs 29:15. Go ahead and read. Let's see what else we got here.
It's Proverbs 29, verses 15. The rod and reproof give wisdom, but a child left to himself bringeth his mother to shame.
It said the rod and reproof. The rod that go that bop, beat them right, bop, right upside the head, or across the back, or the back of them legs, right? The rod and reproof give wisdom. Notice it said the rod and reproof, meaning not just the physical punishment, but the actual correction.
Mm-hmm.
Don't just whoop your kids, correct them.
Right.
Tell them why they were wrong. Tell them why they're being punished. Make them understand that. You have to, otherwise it's just a beating. Talk to your kids afterwards. Or like I do while it's happening, because I multitask. I'm busy. Don't y'all remember that when we were growing up, Kevin J? We got an explanation in the middle of the whooping.
Oh, yeah, the whole story. As you getting whooped.
Boy, you know I taught you better than that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Dad, dang, Dad, long-winded today. Because you know, the longer the sentence, the longer the sentence. You know what I'm saying?
I see what you did right there, brother.
Yeah, that's a 2-for-1. That's a 2-for-1 right there. You know what I'm saying?
Two.
Dang. And and y'all know me, I can run my mouth. Ask Johnny how long his whooping used to be if I'm talking at the same time. Hey, y'all know I can run my mouth. We don't essay beatings, not paragraphs, space essay beatings. 800 words or more. And you get hit for every word?
Oh, man.
No, scratch that. Every syllable. Boy, didn't I tell you to not be associating? You know what I'm saying? Every syllable.
That's crazy.
And I was a wordsmith. I was a wordsmith with my whoopings.
No, I'm sure you was.
You know what I'm saying? Dad, get to the point. You know what I'm saying? You don't want one of them wordy dads or moms, because let me tell you something. Moms do it the worst.
Oh,
moms are the one that invented the essay whoopings, because y'all know
definitely
women naturally love to talk more than men. This is a scientific fact. So they gonna, oh boy, you gonna have diary of a mad black woman getting you a whooping. She gonna be putting stuff in her diary. Dear diary, Isaiah messed up at school today. Every hit. You follow what I'm saying?
Oh man,
that's how we got whooped growing up. Kevin, I'm telling the truth.
This is a fact, brother. This is a fact. I got tears in my eyes, right?
I don't like them talkative whoopings. I don't like them talkative whoopings.
I'm with Johnny, man. Hey, look, man, just whoop me, brother. Just
right. I be long-winded with it. You know what I'm saying? I be long-winded. I'm just letting y'all know. What is it? Right? What last place we went to? Hold on, that's fine. 29 and 15. Right. It says so.
We read that. Yep, we read that.
Yep. And it says, but a child left to himself bringeth his mother to shame. Now, why do y'all think in this particular verse, most of them, it been talking about the father, ain't it?
Yeah.
Y'all notice that? But it said a child left to himself bringeth his mother shame. Because at this time in history, and still a lot in this current era, mothers were the ones that were watching the children the most while the father was out, working. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So when they say a child left to himself bring of his mother shame, it's because she was the one that was supposed to be watching him when the father was out doing most of the work. So this is talking about a negligent mother.
Mm.
And that's why I said if you leave him to himself, meaning you're neglecting him, you're going to bring your mother shame because you're not watching him and making sure he's doing what he's supposed to be doing. And then he's going to shame you one day by his behavior. That's why if you're a stay-at-home mom, you're supposed to have no bad kids because you can watch them more. You don't want your children to bring you shame. If your children are bringing you shame and you a stay-at-home mom, then I mean you're a negligent mother. What are you doing the whole day while the daddy at work? What are you doing? This is some real stuff, y'all. I hope y'all taking it like it's real because this is real and the Bible gets real and it's about to get even more real. Wait a minute, it's going to get more real, Josh? Yes. Woo! Let's go to the Apocrypha. Y'all know it gets real when I say let's go to the Apocrypha. Y'all know that.
Ain't finna get real, brother.
It'll get real. Realer. Let's go to Sirach, chapter 30. My favorite book in the Apocrypha.
Yeah, buddy.
Sirach, chapter 30, also known as Ecclesiasticus. Somebody got to tell y'all these kids shooting up schools. I just saw on the news the other day, they said APS school attendance, Atlanta public school attendance is down. They're thinking about shutting down all Atlanta public schools. Do y'all know why attendance is down? Because these sorry parents can't make their children go to school. And I know this because a lot of my boys suffer from this. They're thinking about shutting down Atlanta public schools. They say it's supposed to be 70,000 kids showing up, and it's like 50,000. They can't even make their children go to school.
That's crazy.
Then you got young kids want to go to schools, shoot up schools, start fights. Because these sorry parents. It's them. And the last time I was talking about sorry parents, Trump got shot. That same day when I did that class about what was the title? Something had the word shooting in it somewhere. Isaiah probably know. Trigger warning. Yep.
Trigger warning.
I was talking about trigger warning. And that same class I mentioned, these children grow up with no kind of parenting or guidance. And that same class, later on that day, a young kid, 20 years old, still an adult legally, but young, attempted to assassinate Trump. Same day I was talking about it. And then when they did the news report afterwards, interviewing his former classmates, even his former classmates said they could see something was off with that kid when they were in high school.
They could see it.
They could see it. It was a lack of parenting. And now I'm telling y'all again today, this is what's going on. All children deserve parents, but not all parents deserve children. I want y'all to understand that. Because some of y'all, man, y'all tripping. You follow what I'm saying? Y'all are tripping. But this is Sirach, chapter 30, 1-3. Read that, please. And then we're going to skip. Read that.
This is Sirach 30 and 1. He that loveth his son causes him oft to feel the rod, that he may have joy of him in the end. Come on.
He that loveth his son causes him to never feel the rod. Did it say that, Kevin J?
No, sir, it did not.
He that loveth his son causes him to feel the rod from time to time. Did it say that?
No, sir, it didn't.
It says, he that loveth his son calls him oft, that's short for often, to feel the rod. Why? That he may have joy of him in the end. This is telling you right now that if you constantly discipline your son, you will have joy of him at the end, meaning he's going to turn out successful.
Right.
And you wonder why we got a bunch of Pookie and Ray Rays and Nuck Nucks running around out here. Because somebody ain't causing them to somebody didn't cause them to often feel the rod. This is what your Bible is saying. We don't want to believe that, though. We want to do it our way. I'm going to take my child to therapy. You're going to take your 8-year-old going to therapy. There's nothing psychologically wrong with them. Why are you taking them to therapy? I got some therapy right here for them. You follow what I'm saying? It's called BELT, belt. That'll get them right quick.
Real quick, brother.
I don't know what to do, Becky. She's just out of control. I think I'm going to get her a child therapist. Are you kidding me? You're going to pay a therapist $150, $200 an hour to do something that I'll do for free in 5 minutes. I don't know about no therapy. Y'all be kidding me. Well, we don't believe in spanking our children. Do you believe in Jesus? Yeah, then you're supposed to believe in disciplining them to make them a disciple.
Come on, somebody.
Telling you don't want to whoop your kids. And let me explain something to y'all too. The more you discipline your kids, the less you discipline your kids. Now, I know they went over a lot of people's heads, so let me say it again. The more you discipline or beat your kids, the less you discipline or beat your kids. Now, what does that mean? If the lessons are sinking in, then you won't have to beat them as much.
That's right.
See, you beat your kids so you'll no longer have to. See, if the lessons are really sitting in, they're going to be like, whoa, I ain't doing this. I remember what happened last time. See, Johnny stopped getting whoopings when he was like 12 or 13. I didn't have to whoop him anymore. You can't outgrow whoopings because you don't need them anymore. If you whooping your child from age 5 to 17, then you are a horrible parent. That means you just beating them. Ain't nothing sinking in.
Right.
But at some point, and I'm saying this to every parent, I don't know exactly when your cutoff point is. Like I said, it's not one of those definite, scriptures that I can say this is what it said it is. But I'm talking to every parent. Like Keanu still got underage kids. Sister KJ does being parents, right? What I'm just saying is at some point, you shouldn't have to put hands on your kids no more. Ever. They're supposed to outgrow it because they don't need it anymore. Now, if they mess up, you should just be able to just talk to them and then they understand the lesson and they stop. But if you find yourself beating your kids their whole lives, then you're doing something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Or something is wrong with your child mentally because they're not learning the lessons. I just got to touch a hot stove one time to know it's hot and never touch it again. That's it.
You know about that, bro.
Ain't got to be like, ooh, this hot. Hold on. One more time. Ooh, it definitely hot. It definitely hot. But let me just be extra sure. Okay, dude, something wrong with you, Josh. At some point, I'm supposed to take the lesson. So I'm just telling y'all this to show you that when it says oftentimes, it don't mean their whole childhood. It means as often as they need it. And they're going to need it often as children. But at some point, you don't supposed to keep beating them. They're supposed to stop. They're supposed to grow out of that.
Right.
Y'all understand that? Do everybody understand that? Do everybody agree with that? That if you have to keep beating your kids all the time, that means something wrong with you or them. Right? Keep reading.
2. He that chastiseth his son shall have joy in him, and shall rejoice of him among his acquaintance.
He that chastises his son shall have joy in him. That means he's going to be proud of him.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to celebrate him and shall rejoice of him among his acquaintance, meaning among either his child friends or among the father's friends. He's going to have joy of him among the acquaintance. See, the Bible is real big on corporal punishment and chastisement.
Totally.
And all it ever guarantees is positive outcome. That's it, don't it?
Yeah.
Now they hear these modern people today, we don't believe in corporal punishment. The world does. Don't you want to train your child for the real world? The police definitely believe in corporal punishment.
For sure.
Prison guards believe in corporal punishment.
Absolutely.
Cellmates believe in corporal punishment.
They do.
So you're trying to send him into a world where if he messes up, everybody ready to put hands on him. How do you train him for that without putting hands on him yourself? That's like me running a martial arts dojo and all I teach y'all to do is stand around.
Huh.
How you gonna learn how to defend yourself or be ready to fight? You discipline your child so he can know he don't want that. He don't want nobody to have to beat him when he done, when he does wrong. So when he gets out in this world, he gonna be like, nah, I ain't finna piss off these policemen because I remember what happened when I pissed off my dad. And my dad loved me. But we're not teaching our children any discipline. That's why you turn on all these videos and you see these women and these men going crazy when the police get them. Police ain't even done nothing wrong to them. Just pulled them over. You can tell they're not used to being disciplined. And he be grown men and women doing this, right? Dude got a gun, a taser, a nightstick. I ain't got no weapon on me. And I'm surrounded by other cops. Why am I going to throw a fit? I know I ain't going to do nothing but get beat down. Or do I? Because I was never taught that discipline. That's why y'all see these folks on these grown adults going off. And it be especially, and I ain't trying to make it about race, but it be especially black women. I don't think black women even believe in the police sometimes. They don't even believe in the police. They think the police just showed up today. Like today. Because the way they be doing this stuff, and I've seen videos where women got killed by the police. They didn't show the actual killing on camera, but it was on camera when it happened. Like, in other words, the camera was panned away, but they killed her. Like, your parents ain't telling you what the police do? Like, do Brother Josh, and I don't mind doing it, but does Brother Josh have to be the one to tell y'all 18 and unders, don't piss off the police, they'll kill you, they'll tase you, they'll lock you up. I'm telling y'all that now. So now you can't be like, my mama never told me that, because I'm telling you. You heard it from me. When you get pulled over by the police, be compliant. Don't fight against them. Don't be disrespectful. If you think they were wrong, fine. Fight them in court, not in the street. You can't beat them in the streets. Don't you want to win when you fight? Fight them in court. You fight a ticket in court, not in the streets. You'd be surprised how many times when you go to court for a ticket and the officer who gave it to you don't even show up. Here you go, dying in the street over a ticket that you probably wouldn't even have to pay anyway. Just chill. Take your little ticket. These kids that be bucking against the police. I ain't got to listen to you. Okay, I don't see them saying. I don't see underage teens tell the police, I don't got to listen to you. Okay.
Face down the pavement.
I bet you listen to that nightstick. I bet you believe that bullet. We got to do better, y'all. We got to discipline our children. Our children have no respect for authority because we were never authority figures to them. We were never that. That's why they don't have that. So be very polite with the police. I mean, it makes sense. I'm gonna be very polite with somebody holding a gun. That's just common sense. You follow what I'm saying? I'm gonna be very polite. And I ain't got no gun, I ain't got nothing. I'm gonna be very polite to you. I ain't giving you no excuse to want to use that on me. But these parents out here teaching their kids, talk to them any kind of way. Okay, go ahead. right? Go right ahead and see what happened to you. You're going down either way. I want to go home. What do you say on training day? Do you want to go home or go to jail?
That's what he said. Yeah.
Alonzo used to hit him with that same line. I want to go home. Just get the police, just be compliant and go home alive. Right? See, if I was a police officer, I worded different, Kevin J. I was like, do you want to go home or do you want to have a homecoming?
Oh, no. Come on, bro.
See, that's what I'd be telling if I was out there. Do you want to go home or do you want to have a home? Y'all know what a homecoming is. That's a funeral.
Yeah. Be some flower bringing, brother.
You know what I'm saying? If police start talking to kids and crazy adults like that, they'll get what you threatening to kill me. Those are your choices. You can be compliant, take your little ticket, and go home safe tonight, or you can be belligerent, and we can have a homecoming. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys end up cold, stiff, and stinking because they couldn't hold their tongue.
Hey, Josh,
right.
real quick though. Hey, but Josh, really
Cold,
quick, to be honest with you.
Cold, stiff, and stinking. That's what I said. But what'd you say?
Real quick though, I've been pulled over before, and because I was like just complying, I've had cops just let me go. You know what, man? I've been dealing with idiots all day. You complying? He just let me go.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? It ain't that serious. That's just discipline.
And it takes discipline. And it takes discipline. Sometimes there's a lot of a-hole cops out there.
It is.
They be trying to push your buttons, but if you discipline, they can't do nothing to you. And if they do, it'll be on the body cam or something. They'll get them.
Oh yeah.
But we got to teach our children that discipline first. We are their first and primary teachers. We got to do it. That's why I teach y'all young kids there, right? Isaiah ACL will get pulled over. I ain't listen to my mama. I'm just going to listen to Josh. Well, Josh told you to, bro. So if you still get caught up, you ain't learned that from KJ and you ain't learned that from Josh.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with Ben, Keller Brew, all the rest of y'all youngsters. Gideon, y'all know Gideon compliant. Gideon got arrested more times than I could even count. You know what I'm saying? They stay locking up Gideon for righteous reasons, though. And he would prank it back in the day, but he ain't care about that. Those are misdemeanors. But y'all see, he's still here today. That means he knew how to handle himself.
Mm-hmm.
You follow what I'm saying? But where you stop at, verse 3?
I'm at 3 now.
Okay, read 3 and watch what else it says, what happens.
Let's see right 30 and 3. He that teacheth his son grieveth the enemy, and before his friends he shall rejoice of him.
It said, he that teacheth his son grieveth the enemy, and before his friends he shall rejoice of him. Now, I don't consider the police to be the enemy, but I know a lot of people do, black and white and everything in between.
Mm-hmm.
But if you really believe that the police is the enemy, why don't you teach your son and grieve him, make him feel bad? So y'all say y'all hate the police, but y'all don't teach y'all son. You really want to hurt the police if you think that's the enemy. I don't personally, but if you see the police as the enemy, the best thing to do to make him grieve is to teach your son the right way. And I've seen some police get mad when they try to, irritate and poke at people and provoke them, and they didn't get mad.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it happen. You're grieving them. I've seen it. So don't tell me you see the police as the enemy, but you ain't teaching your child how to deal with them. I don't want to hear that. See, the world is filled with want, but it ain't that much do. All we talk about is what we want. What are you doing?
Right.
Want. What are you doing? We can sit around all day and talk about what we want. And my personal philosophy is, if you're not trying to get it, you don't really want it.
Right.
Like, why this, Kevin J? Why this? Do you want $1 million, Kevin J? Do you want it?
I wouldn't mind having it, brother. That'll be a yes.
It ain't the answer to the question. That's a yes or no.
But
Do you want
it? Yeah, absolutely.
Then what are you doing to get $1 million?
You see what I'm saying? I like that question right there. Like how you just did that.
What are you doing? See, now ask me the same question.
Josh, you want $1 million?
I wouldn't mind having it. Now, what did I do to you? Now, what did I do to you when you answered the same way? I said that might be a yes or no. Didn't I say that to you?
Right.
Now, give me the same option.
That would be a yes or no, brother. What would you do? What are you doing?
No, I don't really want it because I'm not really trying to get it.
See, I got what you did.
Now ask me that question in the next few weeks, and I'll be able to tell you, yeah, because I will be able to put some stuff into play to try to make that happen. Right?
Okay.
But right now, I don't really want it. Nobody in this chat, what they really mean to say is, I wouldn't mind having it.
Right. You know what? Yeah.
That's what we all really say. Do everybody agree with that? Because last time I checked, when y'all told me y'all wanted a college degree, you took your butt to college and got it. You wanted a job, you went out and filled out some applications till you got it. That's how want works. When you really want something, you try to go get it. You try to work to get it or do whatever. We don't really want to be rich. We just wouldn't mind being rich. There's a difference.
Exactly.
There's a difference. When you want it, you try to go for it. Like for my young brothers, y'all see a girl out there, I'm like, hey, you want to get at her? You want her? Yeah. You gonna go talk to her? Nah, man, I'm scared. Then you don't want her. You wouldn't mind having her. One is the guy that approach her and talk to her. That's want right there. We got to stop equating want to wish and equate it to do.
I like that.
Do y'all get that? We equate want with wish. No, that ain't how that go. We both equate it with do. I want it, so I'm gonna do something to get it. That's true want. Everybody always about they want something. No, you don't. You wouldn't mind having it. It would be nice to have. Do y'all get that? Do y'all understand the difference? So if you want your child to turn out successful, that means you have to do something.
Amen.
You can't be like, well, it would be nice if he did. That means you like for it to happen, but you don't really want to make it happen.
Right.
See, in a minute, God willing, I'm going to be putting out a lot of motivational videos based on some of the stuff in my book about like motivation, like, and this is like one of the things I'm gonna be talking about, want versus don't mind having. And I'm gonna try to post these during the week because like Gideon told me, he said I need to start working on my YouTube stuff, try and get it up and moving, right? Because a lot of people, we just don't understand stuff. Words have meaning. You want something, young men, young ladies, go get it. Otherwise, you don't want it. That's how I see it. I don't want to hear nothing about it. I want it. What are you doing? And I talk to y'all like that. Gideon will tell you, Solo Nation will tell you, everybody I don't have sessions with, we talk about stuff like this. I always equate want to action. I ain't never equated it to just wishing. I don't talk like that. That's fake to me. Gideon came to me about a year ago, said he wanted to start doing the predator catch thing on his own. He started doing it. I mean, no doubt about it. He wanted it, didn't he? Because he's doing it, right? That's how that goes, right? Let's move on. Skip down and read verses 9 to 13. Still in Crock, chapter 30, also known as Ecclesiasticus. We wind it down too, y'all. Go ahead.
This is Crock 30 and verse 9. And it reads, Conquer thy child, and he shall make thee afraid. Play with him, and he will bring thee to heaviness.
Do you know what conquer means, Kevin J?
I don't know exactly, but it got to be some form of discipline, though.
No.
No?
What it means is baby him, pamper him, coddle him, spoil him. That's what conquer means. Now read that again and substitute it with the word pamper.
Okay.
It's going to make sense.
Okay, so Crock 30 and 9. Pamper thy child, and he shall make thee afraid. Play with him, and he will bring thee to heaviness. So that's what I thought.
So what this means?
Okay.
So that means if you pamper your child, coddle your child, baby your child, spoil your child. He will make you afraid. This is the reason why a lot of these single women scared of their sons.
Okay.
That's what it means to say he's going to make you afraid. Like, you're going to be scared of him. Because instead of disciplining him, they pampered him. They babied him. They coddled him. And this and he going to make you afraid. I've watched all these live streams and videos where these women be filming themselves with their son in the background, bucking up against them. I ain't scared of you. And then everybody see it. They scared of them. And some men are too. Because they pampered them. They babied them. And then it also says, play with him and he will bring thee heaviness. Heaviness means sorrow, sadness. Right. A lot of y'all playing with y'all kids. Y'all want to be your kids' friends. That's what y'all want to do. Me and my son, Johnny, we friends now because he's an adult. Y'all want to be their friends while they babies, while they toddlers. Y'all playing with them. They do stuff that's inappropriate and disrespectful. Y'all laugh it off. I see videos where little toddlers cursing and stuff, mom and dad in the background laughing. Yeah, it's funny now. When they start cursing at you and cursing you out, it ain't funny anymore. That's what you get for playing with them. That's why I said if you play with them, they gonna bring you heaviness. Bet y'all didn't know stuff like this was in the Bible, did you? You don't play with your children like that. And that's why they're bringing you heaviness now. It was cute at first. See, a lot of stuff. See, anything a child does is going to be cute anyway. If it's like beyond their years or something. It's funny now, but you ain't going to be laughing when they cursing at you or cursing out the police. Don't play with them or they're going to bring you heaviness. Keep reading.
10. Laugh not with him, lest thou have sorrow with him, at least thou gnash thy teeth in the end.
Don't laugh with him. That means if he's doing something wrong. That don't mean it's wrong for you, like you take your child to an amusement park and y'all laughing on a ride together. Let's keep this in context.
Right.
It's talking about if they doing something wrong, don't laugh with them about it. Lest you have sorrow with him, meaning the stuff they doing wrong today that y'all laugh together about, y'all gonna be sad together when he take that stuff out into the real world and get banged up for it.
Right.
Unless you gnash thy teeth in the end. Gnash thy teeth like you're like you mad.
Right.
Like you growling or something. That's what's wrong with a lot of these parents. They playing with their kids. They want to be their children's friends. And it's even worse because a lot of these people are having babies at younger ages. Some of these women having children so young, they old enough, they young enough to be their children, their kids' friends. Y'all remember on that movie, Don't Be a Menace to South Central, while drinking your juice in the hood?
Oh, man, bro.
He was older than his own daddy.
Right.
Where they were trying to emphasize with how young these guys be becoming fathers. He older than his own daddy. That's what they were trying to emphasize. Yes, they were exaggerating, but that's true. You got babies having babies. A lot of men and women are not mature enough to be parents. It takes a level of maturity to be a parent. And we still out in the streets acting like our kids. But keep reading.
11. Give him no liberty in his youth, and wink not at his follies.
It said, give him no liberty in his youth. That means don't let him have his own curfew. Don't let him eat when he want to eat. Don't let him do his homework when he want to do his homework. Don't let him go to school when he want to school. That's giving him liberty in his youth. That means you got to have your children on lockdown in their youth. A lot of parents don't want to do it. That's why these kids out of control now. And it says, and wink not at his follies. That means don't turn a blind eye to the stupid stuff he does. Get on his grass. Correct it. This is Bible, y'all. This is discipline. This is discipleship. This is how you teach your children to follow you, to be your disciples as you follow Jesus. Your children are supposed to follow you as you follow Christ, but they're not going to do that if you refuse to discipline them. You're supposed to be making young disciples out of your children, and those disciples are supposed to be yours first. Then you hand them over to Jesus. That's how that goes. That's why children don't care nothing about Jesus and God and going to church, because their parents really don't care. Sure, they may go to church every Sunday, their parents, but they can see that they don't really care about it. Their heart's not really in it by how they're living. You can't sell me on a product that you don't even seem like you like. Come on. But continue, please.
12. Bow down his neck while he is young. Beat him on the sides while he is a child, lest he wax stubborn and be disobedient to thee, and so bring sorrow to thine heart.
It said, bow down his neck while he is what? Young. You can't do this when they get older. There ain't no more hope then. Right? It said, bow down his neck while he is young, and beat him on the sides while he is a child. It said, beat him on the sides. I guess that means like beat him on the side of his body. You follow what I'm saying? It said, beat him on the sides while he is young. Did it tell you that? And then what does it say after that? Then it says, lest he wax stubborn. Stubborn means he don't listen to you.
Right.
He hard-headed. Right? And be disobedient to you. All this comes from you refusing to conquer your child. All this comes from you conquering your child, pampering him, spoiling him.
Okay.
That's what all this comes from. Right? He will become disobedient to you and so bring sorrow to your heart, either by what he does to you or about him getting out in these streets and ending up dead or in prison. This is real stuff right here, y'all. You have to discipline your children to make them disciples of you. They have to know now, before they start asking, what would Jesus do? They need to be asking, what would dad do? What would mom do? You're their first parent. Their first teachers. That's what the child's supposed to be thinking first. The average child, they ain't got no understanding of Jesus and God and stuff like that, but they understand mom and dad, don't they, Kevin J?
That's right.
So the first thing they're supposed to be asking is, what would mom do? What would dad do? Well, I know what they would do. Dad told me don't do drugs. Mom told me don't be believing the lies of these young boys who will tell me anything to get between my legs. We're supposed to be telling our children that. And we're supposed to be living it. I can't be out here telling Johnny, don't be out here chasing all these random girls and sleeping with them. Then he come home and I'm bringing a different chick in the house every day in front of him. I can't be doing that. Do y'all understand that? Do that make sense to everybody? Or am I speaking Chinese here?
Oh, no.
Right?
Got you.
This is real simple stuff. But continue.
14. Better is the poor.
13, no, 13.
13. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I missed 13. I'm sorry. Chastise thy son and hold him to labor, lest his lewd behavior be an offense unto thee.
Now, this said chastise your son and do what? Hold him to labor, meaning if you want to discipline your son, give him a job, give him some chores, make him work. Give him some labor. That's the reason why we got a bunch of sorry men now. Nobody made them work when they were little. Now they go out in the world as sorry men, and now they want a woman that's going to do all this work for them, and they just sit back and chill because that's the childhood they had. See, a lot of people want in adulthood what they got in childhood.
Right.
They expect it. If a girl grew up in the house where she was spoiled and her dad gave her whatever she wanted and told her she was a princess and all men supposed to cater to you, she's going to grow up in this world and think that's what men's supposed to do. If a guy grew up in the world where his mother and older sisters waited on him hand and feet, like me, Brother Josh, right? Then he ain't gonna know how to cook. But that ain't the reason why I don't know how to cook. My brothers know how to cook. But I grew up in a house where all the women did the housework. My mom, my 3 older sisters. I'm just keeping it real with y'all. But if a guy grew up in a house where he's lazy and he never had to do anything, he's gonna go in this world and think that's what his wife's supposed to do. He just sit around all day making messes and his wife just clean up behind him. He don't even try to keep himself clean or the house clean. That's why you got to give these kids chores. You can't let these kids be idle. You can't let them sit in front of the TV all day just playing Call of Duty. Get them to get out and go run, be active. When we was growing up, we'd get kicked out the house to go out and play. And they used to lock the door. Our parents would lock the door and say, don't come back either till the street lights come on or until we call you. And by the way, call you don't mean on your phone. It meant within screaming distance. We didn't have cell phones and stuff growing up like that. We had to be somewhere where if our mom called us, we could hear her voice and come in the house.
Yep.
Because God helped us if we couldn't.
Whew.
If she have to come off that porch and look down that street, do y'all understand that? That's a beating. So y'all got it good now.
Yeah.
Mom just called you on the phone. Boy, where you at? It's time to eat. And you come right home. Brother Josh growing up said, get in the house, boy. You might get two attempts. And don't let her turn around and go back in the house. And then you come in later, boy, I called you twice.
Oh, yeah. House shoot coming.
That's a beating. That's a beating. And don't definitely be coming in the house too late, right? When dad getting off of work too. Boy, you just now getting in the house? Boy. Y'all don't understand. That stuff take me back to my childhood. I'm getting in when my dad getting off of work. And you know he getting in after long I'm supposed to be in the house. And he catch you going in that front door. Boy, you better be going out to get the newspaper. You better not just be getting here. That's some no nonsense. These kids today, 10, 11 o'clock at night, still out on the streets playing. Not summertime or nothing, just out on the street just playing. I see it. I grew up in the hood, y'all. I can see it all the time. That's that too much liberty, right?
Mm.
And it said that if you don't do it, his lewd behavior is going to be an offense to thee. Lewd means like something inappropriate or sometimes even perverse. That's the reason why Gideon chasing a lot of predators, because of the parents. Their lewd behavior is a direct result of them having parents who didn't discipline them. Y'all think pedophiles wait until they're adults to become pedophiles? They already have these inclinations when they're teenagers. You got teenagers, 15 and 16, trying to molest 5 and 6-year-olds. They don't wait till they're adults to do this stuff. Who told y'all that?
Mm.
They just go younger. However old they are, they go that much younger. They 15, 16, they're going to be messing with 5 and 6-year-olds. The reason why a lot of these guys are the way they are is because they had no child discipline. And then their parents find out, oh my God, I don't have to talk. I'm trying to figure out, how did your child become a full-fledged pedophile on your watch?
Mm.
You trying to tell me this didn't show up until adulthood? A lot of times this stuff already be in the works, y'all. He probably already done molested one of his little baby cousins. Y'all just never knew about it. Stuff don't just happen. These type of things don't just happen. By the time Gideon catch them, they already been doing it. He ain't ever caught no first offender pedophile. That's not how that goes. All because of what? We saw signs of it when we were little, when we were parents. We didn't move. We didn't do anything. We didn't say anything. We didn't discipline them. First time daddy saw 13-year-old whoever looking at 6 or 17-year-old whoever, he go, boy, you don't ever go that. Boy, don't you ever go that young. You beat them down. That's how you do it.
Mhm.
Then when they become a teenager, you tell them, boy, they can't be no more than 1 or 2 years younger than you. That's it. You got to give your children limits. Don't you ever let me hear about you talking to a girl more than 2 years younger than you. You got to give them a limit so they'll know 2 years, that's it. And then when you become 18, only 18 and older, or 1 year younger, 17, depending on what state you live in, do you need to be messing with? You need to be telling your kids stuff like this. And you got to enforce it. So even these predators who Gideon be chasing down, guess what, y'all? No discipline, because they fathers and mothers didn't discipline them. And Gideon don't even met the parents of a lot of these people. He'll tell you, y'all seen the videos. Like, oh yeah, Lord. And then when you meet some of the parents, tell the truth, Gideon. If you still by your mic, tell the truth. How many times you met the parents you thought to yourself, okay, that explains a lot of it. Because I know when I saw some of the videos and you meet the parents, I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. You can tell even in old age, okay, y'all look like some parents of some pedophiles. Y'all look like y'all will produce a pedophile. It makes sense. I'm just telling y'all the truth. I'm just saying, stop me when I'm lying. Stop me when I lie. I always tell y'all that. But let's move on. Still in Ecclesiasticus. Let's go to chapter 26. And we only got 2 more after that. Still in C-Rock. Then I'll let y'all look for Al. Because then we're going to get specific with sons and daughters. C-Rock 26, 10 to 12. Plus, I got to make Kev and Jay work extra hard for being absent for 2 weeks. I got to get
You know
back
what
up.
I'm saying? Thank you, brother. I appreciate you catching up. I appreciate that.
Yeah, got to get them. Got to give them my makeup.
You know what I'm saying?
Makeup
Right.
assignment.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Had to get some.
Now we just seen about the son. What you supposed to do with the son, right? Keep him, put him to work, right? Don't play with him and stuff. Now look what it say about the daughters. And a lot of y'all women, y'all lacking in this. Because most of the time the men don't even be around. So this C-Rock 26, 10 to 12. Go ahead and read.
C-Rock 26 and 10. If thy daughter be shameless, keep her in straitly, lest she abuse herself through overmuch liberty.
Now we talked about what giving too much liberty to a young boy. Now we talking about liberty when it pertains to a young girl. Now let me break this down. It said if your daughter be shameless. What do you think that means, y'all, when it says shameless on women?
Put it out there. Put it out there, brother. Put it out there. No shame.
Y'all got in the it means no shame, but in what way? That means she a 304 or she dressed like one.
Trying to put it in a nice way there, brother. Okay.
That's what that means. She either 304 or she dressed like one. Because in the Bible, when it talks about a woman's shame, it's based on how she dressed. So when it says she's shameless, that means she carried herself in a very loose way. But what did it say you're supposed to do? If you as a father or a mother know you got a daughter that like to do that, she walk out the house, think she's gonna wear that, they said, keep her in straitly. That means immediately tell her, stay inside the house.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let her out the house like that. Why? Or she will abuse herself through overmuch liberty. What does it mean to abuse herself? What kind of abuse are we talking about? We ain't talking about no physical, like hurting somebody abuse.
No, this
sexual
is all
abuse.
Sexual, yeah.
This is sexual. And y'all wonder why y'all got these teenage girls. I look at pictures on the internet. I seen this picture on Facebook where they took this back to school picture, first day of school. All the little young girls got on mini skirts. You can see the tattoos on their thighs. Young girls. Who let them out the house like that? Their parents? Their parents did. That's who let them out the house. Right? They have been abusing themselves through much liberty. You got these young girls today, I'm just telling y'all the truth. A lot of them have performed oral sex before actual sex. It was the opposite when I was growing up. Like, they had to be your only dude, and you had to really be into him for a woman to even consider doing that to you. Nowadays, that's step one. Our children are 304s. That's what we got. Do everybody understand that? That's what's going on. Look what it's saying. Watch what else it says. Go ahead.
11. Watch.
What did it tell you to do?
It says, watch over an impudent eye, and marvel not if she trespass against thee.
It said, watch over an impotent eye. That's like a disrespectful eye. And don't be surprised if she trespass against you. That means if she disobey you or sin against you. Just talking about that daughter. It said, watch over an impotent eye. That's what it's telling you to do. Why? What's going to happen if you don't?
12.
Oh,
She will.
mhm.
She will
Go ahead,
open her. She will open her mouth as a thirsty traveler when he have found a fountain.
I'm breaking it down piece by piece. No. It says she will open. Now, this is the Bible. This ain't Brother Josh. This ain't Brother Josh. Y'all know I can put my own spin on stuff, but this is what this actually say. She will open her mouth as a thirsty traveler when he have found a fountain. Y'all see what the visual is. Thirsty mouth open, some liquid going in it. And what else does it say?
And drink of every water near her.
Y'all know what this is, the image this is given. Y'all know y'all see this today. And drink of every water near her. And what else she gonna do?
By every hedge will she sit down.
By every hedge will she sit down. Yet another visual. And what else she gonna do?
And open her quiver against every arrow.
Against every arrow. A quiver is like the little pack that you put the arrows in. And even today, we liken our penis to an arrow. So y'all know what her quiver is. What this is basically saying is, if you don't discipline your daughter, you're going to have a 304 on your hands. And that's what like 85 to 90% of these young girls are today. And they continue that way all the way into adulthood. The sad truth is, sisters and brothers, and I ain't judging nobody, but the sad truth is, and I'm talking mainly to my brothers, by the time you find a girl who you want to marry, she probably don't have 5 or 6 arrows in her quiver. But all of this goes back to what? We don't want to discipline our kids. We don't want to teach them to be disciples of us. This is what this is saying. See, notice that C-Rock tells you how to deal with the boys, and it tells you how to deal with the girls. And y'all wondering why our little baby girls are being sexualized. It's the parents who are doing it. How did your mom or your dad let you out the house dressed like that? How did you pass mom's inspection? Does mom even have an inspection? That's what we got out here. Our daughters are 304s, y'all. Most of them. They 304s. Look how they dress. Mama, everybody dressed like that. Not my baby. We don't want to be parents. Y'all look at this world. Then they want to shame the older men. Ooh, you look at you looking at that little 16, 17-year-old. You disgusting. She's not disgusting for dressing like that. Her mom is not disgusting for letting her out the house like that, or her dad. What's disgusting is somebody letting her out the house like that in the first place to be looked at. That's what's disgusting. How did she pass the parental inspection? Because there's no parental inspection. But what do you expect? A lot of these women dress the same way their daughters do. What do you expect? They be wearing each other's clothes. You can't expect your daughter to cover up, and you won't. You can't expect your daughter not to be thirsty and mama thirsty. I'm just telling y'all the truth. You can get mad, you can get offended, but you can't call me wrong. I'm just telling y'all the truth. Do with it what you wilt. Let's go to C-Rock chapter 42. We got one more after that. They weren't expecting this one, were they, Kevin J?
Hey, Kevin J, wasn't either, brother.
Oh, okay, my bad.
No, it's all good.
It's all child discipline. We ain't disciplining our children. These young girls out here wild and stuff, we created them, y'all. We did. The parents did. Your daughter's a 304 either because of your negligence or your influence. Pick. Well, I didn't have no baby when I was young. Why my baby got a baby? What you let out the house wearing? What you let out the house wearing? Why you let her get a tongue ring, which is a universal signal and symbol of having oral sex as a woman? See, that's what that means. See, don't play that game with me. Oh, you didn't know that, Melik? That's what that is. That's what that started from. Y'all didn't know that for a woman to have a tongue ring? That's a universal symbol for her having oral sex. Why do you think when she takes the picture, she's always showing the tongue? Even the women that don't have tongue rings, young girls, they take the picture and they got their tongue hanging out. Everybody know what that means. These are little girls, though. 14 and 15-year-olds are doing this. They know what it means. They ain't just doing it. Y'all think kids don't know the sexual intent behind the stuff they do? We supposed to be the ones out of the loop, but I know what that stuff means because I work with kids. And my young boys, they tell me everything. They'll say something like, what that mean? And they don't be too shy to tell me. They tell me exactly what it means. So stay updated. My young boy be talking about studs and everything. Some of their cousins are studs. They're like 14, 15. I'm just telling y'all the truth. I took a stud, a young stud girl, to get her hair done on that day I went out because it was a community thing. I don't discriminate. I just took them all. She was a stud. 14 years old. I work with the youth. I know what's going on. You know, I know I can't sit her down and talk to her about that stuff because then I'll be overstepping my boundaries as a youth director. But that's what she was. And all the kids knew it. She called herself a stud. Crazy thing was, I told you I was gone for 2 years before I came back. I come back, before I left, she wasn't that. I ain't even see no indication of that. Come back 2 years, she a stud. Ain't even 15 yet. See, I see what's going on, but who do we blame? That's the parents. The Bible is telling us this is how you get this type of stuff. How did your daughter become a lesbian? How did your son become gay? This stuff just don't pop up. We see this stuff early in childhood. You see them little effeminate ways that your little boy have when he walking around. You punch him in the chest. Boy, walk right. Don't sit like that. Don't cross your legs like that. That's the generation I grew up in. When we saw early signs of faggotry, we beat it out of you.
Yep.
Early signs of it. Stop crying all the time, boy. Straighten your face. We were forced to be tough. Nowadays, they encourage it. Nowadays, a boy can go to his mom and say, I think I'm a girl. She'll encourage it.
Craziness.
This is crazy. All go back to the lack of child discipline. Now, why in the world would I encourage my son to go after men when I didn't go after men? I'm supposed to be teaching my son to be like me. That makes sense to you? Why would I want a gay son? I'm not gay. I like women. I want my son to want women. That doesn't make any sense. Well, I want him to have his freedom to choose. Yeah, when he's an adult. But that don't mean you don't supposed to try to influence him in the right direction while he's a child. Y'all and children make adult decisions. You got to be 18 years old to vote, but you can be 8 years old to choose your gender?
Crazy.
But I don't blame the children. These are the parents that let them do this. I keep telling y'all this, man. Child disciples start with child discipline. And we don't want to discipline our kids. But C-Rock 42. Not at ABT though. We don't play that at ABT.
No, sir.
It's C-Rock 42, 9-12. And we got one more after that. Go ahead.
T-Rock 42, verses 9.
Mm-hmm.
A daughter is a wakeful care to a father.
Now, let me explain this as you read it. It said a daughter is a wakeful care to a father. What this simply means is a man who cares about his daughter, it keeps him up at night. He's always worried about her. See, this is a good father. You follow what I'm saying? So like Tommy, like Solo Nation, like me. You worry about your daughter. That's see, a real man worries about his daughter. But what else does it say? Go ahead.
"10. In her virginity, least she should be defiled.
Hold on, start
and
over. Start over.
Okay.
Start over.
So, you want to start at 9? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. So, your daughter is wakeful to care to a father, and the care for her taketh away sleep. When she is young, lest she pass away the flower of her age, and being married, lest she should be hated."
And what this is saying is a father is going to be worried about his daughter, whether she gets married or not. It said, lest she pass away the flower of her age, and being married, lest she should be hated. So whether he's afraid, he's always worried, like if she never get married, or if she does get married and her husband don't like her. This is something that a real man who has a daughter is going to constantly be thinking about because he cares about his daughter. This is going to keep him up at night, right? But because a lot of these women got daddy issues, because daddy ain't there or wasn't there, it's a problem. But when you're a dad, this is how you're supposed to be thinking. If you are a new father and you never thought about this about your daughter, this is the way you're supposed to be thinking. You're supposed to be worried about her. Right? But what else does it say? Go ahead.
10. In her virginity, lest she should be defiled and guided with child in her father's house, and having a husband, lest she should misbehave herself. And when she is married,
go ahead.
Lest she should be barren.
Now look what it says. In her virginity, these are the things that he worry about. In her virginity, lest she should be defiled and gotten with child in her father's house. This is about teenage pregnancy because virginity means like a young woman. So a father is constantly worried that his child go out and get pregnant while she in his house. How many households, with or without a father, do y'all know of where the child gets pregnant and still stand with her parents or parent? How many of y'all know about that? How many y'all know about this, right? See, back in the days of the Bible, when there were real men, this is something that kept a father up at night. He was hoping, I hope she don't get pregnant. They had out of wedlock pregnancies then. And she's still in my house. We got to take care of that baby. We got to help her take care of that baby. Yes, that was going on back then. But it also said, this is one thing he worried about, and having a husband, lest she should misbehave herself. So a father also worries that if she do get a husband, if she do it the right way, she misbehave herself and her husband get rid of her. He don't want to deal with it no more. But remember, all of this comes from discipline. And y'all know who's supposed to be the main teacher of the daughter. They're supposed to be the mother. But the father worries about this stuff, right? And then it says, and when there's nothing he worried about, and when she is married, lest she should be barren. So he also worries that even if she gets married, have a husband, she can't have kids. These are all the things that keep a man up at night, anxious and worried about his daughter, which is natural, right? But it started out with us telling us to discipline our daughter and don't give her too much liberty. That's how it started out, didn't it, Kevin J?
Yeah.
Right? Go ahead. What does it tell you to do?
Keep a sure watch over a shameless daughter, lest she make thee a laughing stock to thine enemies, and a byword in the city, and a reproach among the people, and make thee ashamed before the multitude.
Now look what it said, y'all. It said do what? Keep a sure watch over a shameless daughter. And we already know what a shameless daughter is. That means there's one trying to be a 304. You got to watch her. Why? Lest she make thee a laughing stock to thine enemies. Yes, you will get clowned if your daughter is a 304.
Yep.
The fellas will clown you. That would mean to be a laughing stock. That means everybody laughing and making fun of you. Right? And a byword in the city. Make you a byword. That means another word they call you other than your actual name. Like they might call you stupid or a simp, right? It says, and a reproach among the people and make thee ashamed before the multitude. I would never be proud of a 304 daughter. I would never be proud of a daughter who has an OnlyFans. You got men out here who are proud of that stuff. That's how bad it's got.
Terrible.
And I don't know too many real men who really want their daughter to be strippers and OnlyFans. You don't pick up your baby girl as soon as she's born and look her in the eye and say, I hope you end up stripping one day. Yes, you will. You're going to be on that pole, ain't you? Ain't nobody thinking like that as a man when they holding their baby girl for the first time.
Oh, man.
That's the last thing you want. But all of these girls on OnlyFans, on the street corners, and in the strip clubs, they was all a baby that somebody held one day at one time. And I don't think anybody looked at that newborn baby girl and pictured that for their future. I don't think they did that. So how does it happen? Not disciplining your daughter. But look what else it said, right? Read verse 12. Then it says, and reproach, and it said, make her ashamed in the multitude. Okay, that's it. You already read all of that. Let's go to the last one. Let's go to Hebrews 12. I hope y'all understand this stuff, man. This is child disciples. If your daughter is making an OnlyFans, if she's 14 or 15 and she's already lost her virginity many times over, if your son out here slanging drugs, running up in people's houses, then they have no discipline from you. You haven't failed as a parent, but you are failing as a parent. You are failing bad. Your children are not your disciples, unless, of course, that's what you're doing and they're just following what you do. But don't come to me talking about you don't gave your life to Christ and you all in this word and stuff and your children still running amok in the streets and getting in trouble and stuff. That means you're selfish. How that mean I'm selfish, Josh? That means you care about fixing your life, but you don't care about fixing theirs. Because there are a lot of women I knew women over 20 years ago. I knew this woman. Her children were awful. But she was in the word. She was in the Sabbath class every day. She was contributing, participating, donating, doing all of that stuff. But she was a single mother and her children were running amok. But that didn't matter to her. She got hers. So there are a lot of women who are actually living this word. They're not fake. They're not phony. They're living this word the right way, but their children are out of control. And they think the Most High gonna give them a pass just because they're doing what they're supposed to do as an individual, but you still ain't handling your responsibility. I know a lot of women like that. They're single mothers and their children out of control, but they think they straight because they don't give their life to Christ. No, that's not how I go. Parent, when you become a parent, your days of being selfish are over. You need to take I out of your vocabulary. So what?
I think we missed that last verse in Sirach 12. I think we missed that last verse. I don't know if you want to go back and read it, but we missed that last verse, verse 12.
No, we good. I ain't need that one, but thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Right. Let's go to Hebrews chapter 12. And we're going to read verses 6 to 12. Now, all this time I've been talking about child disciples. Now, the twist ending of this class, because y'all know I got to put a twist in it, is that all this time I've been talking to the parents specifically and everybody. Because guess what, y'all? All of us in God's eyes are child disciples. And I'm going to show y'all that right now. Y'all going to see it. Go ahead and read.
Hebrews 12 and verse 6. And it reads, "For whom the Lord loveth, he chastiseth, and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth."
It said, "For whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom he received." That same word, chasteneth, that means like to beat us, discipline us, correct us. But it said, "Whom the Lord loveth," that's who he does that to. So when we get out of line and we sinning and we know better, and God take off that belt or take out that rod to discipline us, he's doing that because he loves us, y'all.
Yeah.
But he's doing it the way a father does it to his son. Go ahead and read.
7. "If ye endure chastening, God dealeth with you as with sons. For what son is he whom the Lord chasteneth not?"
It says, if you endure chastening, meaning a lot of times when we're going through stuff, y'all, it's because God is punishing us. He's chastening us. He's giving us a whooping.
Say that.
Why? Because you've been misbehaving. You've been a bad child. You need some discipline, right? But it says, if you endure chastening, God deals with you as with sons. That word can also be translated children, right? For what son or child in general is he whom the father chasteneth not? Meaning, what kind of father would not chasten of his son? That means a bad father. So we're child disciples, y'all. So a lot of time we be complaining, why am I going through this? Why I can't get no job? Why I can't find the man I want? Why I can't find the woman I want? Why I can't make this money like I want? Why does it seem like every time I try to do something, God is holding me back or something getting in the way? Why am I getting sick all the time? Why did I get diagnosed with this? Why did this happen to me? Sometimes you're being disciplined for being bad. We need to understand that. God disciplines us just like we're supposed to discipline our children. See, God know how to do it, though. God don't slack. Because that's how he makes disciples. He does it because he's trying to make disciples out of us. But continue.
8. "But if ye be without chastisement, whereof all partakers, then ye are bastards and not sons."
If you be without chastisement, whereof all are partakers, then ye are bastards and not sons. That means you have no father. That's what a bastard literally means. So if you see people who claim to be Christians and they're living wickedly and it seems like God ain't doing nothing to them, it's because they're not God's children. They're bastards. They have no father.
Say that.
This also means that if you as a parent, male or female, is not disciplining your children, then they might as well be bastards. They might as well be bastards. They might as well not have no parents. They're born abortions. They're children you didn't want. See, that's why we're supposed to be happy if we think God is dealing with us. See, a lot of people, they jump in my DMs, especially the young people, and I ain't putting them on blast, but a lot of y'all jump in my DMs and y'all feel like y'all going through stuff and God is punishing you. Be glad.
Amen.
That means he cares. It's when you're getting away with stuff and nothing seems to be happening that you should be afraid, because that means you're a bastard. That means you ain't his child. If you ain't his child, he ain't gonna let you in his house. And his house is the kingdom. You want God on your grass every time you mess up. That's the
Amen.
truth. You might not like it, but you want him on your grass every time you mess up. Which is why, as his servant, I'm going to be on your grass every time you mess up if you bring it to me. And if you can't handle the discipline, that means you don't want the discipline. You don't want to be a disciple. Everybody want to claim they want to be a disciple, but they don't want the discipline necessary to be a disciple. It's in the word.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot be a disciple if you're not disciplined. And we don't want that discipline. And when I try to discipline people, because I'm not nobody's actual dad on here, so I got to discipline y'all only with words. And when I try to give some people that discipline, they get mad and they lash out at me and try to act like it's me. No, you just don't want to be a disciple. Just admit it. You don't want to do it. But continue.
9. Furthermore, we have had fathers of our flesh, which corrected us, and we gave them reverence. Shall we not much rather be in subjection unto the fathers of spirits and live?
He said, on top of that, we have had fathers in our flesh who corrected us. We had actual biological fathers that corrected us by whooping us, by giving us that rod, right? Whooping us with that rod. And we gave them reverence. We respected them. We honored them, right? So the author of Hebrews then says, shall we not much rather be in subjection unto the Father of spirits and live? Meaning, if we could humble ourselves to our biological father's discipline, shouldn't we definitely humble ourselves to our heavenly Father's discipline? Because a lot of Christians, they can't handle the discipline of the Father, the heavenly Father. They can't stand it. That's why they get on social media or jump in your DM and they want to cry, woe is me. Don't cry, woe is me. Say, blessed is me. If he's dealing with you, that means he cares about you. The same reason why when you discipline your kids, that means you care. He's trying to make us understand this. But some people, just like Samuel's kids, just like Josiah's kids, no matter how much they're taught, they just don't want to be a disciple. Continue.
10. For they verily for a few days chastening us after their own pleasure. But he for our profit, that we might be partakers of his holiness.
It said, for they, our earthly fathers, truly for a few days, that means, short lifespan, chasten us after their own pleasure. That means how they saw fit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he, the heavenly Father, for our profit, or you can say for our benefit, right? That we might be partakers of his holiness, which means get into the kingdom, go to heaven. This is why God chastises us, y'all, as Christians. He's doing it for our profit so we can partake of his holiness, which means get into the kingdom and be with him.
Amen.
But it's likening us to children because we, in general, actual adults and actual children, doesn't matter. All of us are child disciples. Continue.
Wherefore, I'm sorry, 11. Now no chastening for the present seemeth to be joyous, but grievous. Nevertheless, afterward it yielded the peaceable fruit of righteousness unto them, which are exercised thereby.
He said, now no chastening, no punishment, no beating for the present seem to be joyous. You ain't rejoicing while dad got that belt on you, Kevin J.
No, sir.
You ain't singing no praises to Jesus while mama hitting you with that switch. Right? While it's happening, it's not joyous, but then it says, but grievous. Yes, it is grievous. Right? Nevertheless, afterward, it yieldeth the peaceable fruit of righteousness unto them which are exercised thereby. Meaning it's going to yield a positive, successful result.
Amen.
That's all that it's saying. God does it to us to make us better Christians. We're supposed to do it to our children to make them better disciples of us, so then they'll be better Christians. Go to that last one.
Hebrews 12:12. Wherefore lift up thy hands, which hang down, and the feeble knees, and make straight paths for your feet, lest that which is lame be turned out of the way, but let it rather be healed.
So it's telling you, wherefore lift up the hands which hang down and the feeble knees, and make straight paths for your feet, for that which is lame, that means like crippled or handicapped, be turned out of the way, but let it rather be healed. What this is saying is this is what we're supposed to do. This chastising is supposed to make us lift up our hands and be healed spiritually in this walk. But all of this only happens if we are disciplined, because discipline creates disciples. So sisters and brothers, I've shown you what child disciples are. In order for us to make our children disciples, we have to discipline them. And we looked up that word disciple. It meant somebody who follows you to learn. Our children are our first followers. Don't y'all understand that your children, you can logically, legitimately, and scripturally refer to your children as your disciples? Sister Keanu and Tommy, y'all are not just their mom and dad. Y'all are their leaders, and they are your disciples. Anybody who has children, you have disciples. But the key word in disciple is discipline. And in order for your child to maintain discipline, you have to discipline them. And that's going to get ugly sometimes. It's going to get brutal sometimes. But it has to be done. So if we really want to make this world a better place, if we want all this craziness to stop with our children, our daughters becoming 304s, our young men become lazy thugs, we have to turn them into child disciples, and we can only do that through discipline. Because if you refuse to discipline your child, not only could they die in the streets, but they can also die the second death, which is the lake of fire. We'll be back after these brief announcements. Okay. Shout out to all 63 of y'all still listening on Discord. I don't know how many people listening on Twitch. Keller Brew had to let me know that. And also 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 21, and the 21 people listening in on Clubhouse. Praise God, praise God. First of all, we'd like to thank all of you for coming out today. In case y'all didn't know, we do this every Saturday, every Sabbath. First, we go on Clubhouse. I open up the Clubhouse room. I opened it a little later today, but we open the Clubhouse room at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Saturday. I try to play some nice music for y'all for about 30 minutes, and then the actual class starts around 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And again, it started a little later today. Just run a little late today, but it's all good. So 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 30 minutes of music, and then the class starts around 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If anybody is interested in make a donation, you feel blessed by what you're hearing, and would you like to show some support, you can do so one of 3 ways now, right? The first way is through PayPal, using our email address. Keanu is going to be sharing it on the screen. This is how you do it through PayPal at the email address, absolutebibletruthforever@yahoo.com. Again, that's absolutebibletruthforever@yahoo.com. You don't spell out the word for, you type the numerical digit 4. And the other way you can donate, which is how most people donate, is through Cashapp, using the Cashapp tag, which is $, capital ABTM, lowercase s. Again, that's $, capital ABTM, lowercase s. And in case you're wondering, that stands for Absolute Bible Truth Ministry. And of course, the new and third way you can donate is through Apple Pay. I finally figured out how to work my Apple Pay, y'all. And you can send a donation through Apple Pay using the same email address that you use for the PayPal, which is absolutebibletruthforever@yahoo.com. So it's the same email address that you use for PayPal. Absolute Bible Truth Forever at yahoo.com. So it's Q&A time. I'm going to bring some people up, but y'all know how we do. I go to the people on stage first, starting with my reader. So we're going to start first with Kev of the Jacked J. Go ahead, Kevin J.
Hey, man, I had to get back in the reading shape, brother. You took me on a walk for some hours that there, brother. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I said I had to give me some water. It was a great class, man. Awesome class, obviously. It's great to be a part of something like this. Is a great class, obviously. I just want to thank you. I mean, I know it had to take preparation for something like this, instead of the verses you went to really have us think about something like this. And then obviously what you did with the kids, man, I think that was great. And this class went along perfectly from what you did with the kids just recently. You know, the pictures and they're all in the chat here, but this is awesome for you to put this together. And I know it meant a lot for you because I know how you feel about kids. You mentioned this time and time again. And this is a good wake-up call for us as parents as well. You know, we're not perfect parents. Nobody's perfect, right? So, but there are things that we can do a lot better. There are ways in which we can watch ourselves, and us knowing that, hey, you know, our kids are looking up to us. We do have to react and do things a certain way, right? So we have to police ourselves as we police our kids. And like you said, you made a very good point in knowing that, man, kids, they know, like they pick up on BS. I'm just gonna be honest, man. They know you can't sugarcoat it, you know. And I like the fact that you brought up the fact that, like, with kids, sometimes you as kids, you could bring stuff to your parents and let them know. You know what I'm saying? You can do it in a respectful way, but there are ways you could bring stuff to your parents and be like, look, you know, this ain't right. You know, you falling short right now. And I think that's that's a huge wake-up call for parents. But ultimately, us not disciplining our kids can lead to some flower bringing. These things can end very bad. You know what I mean? I'm not joking about that. These things can end very bad. I've seen it happen. I'm from an area that this has happened a lot in. You're from an area that this has happened. So it's not like this is not nothing new for us, but understanding discipline, where it comes from and why it's important. This is in the book, people. The Lord's talking about you testing your kids is in the book. And the main thing, and I'll stop right here, man, because I've been reading a long time, but the Lord tells you this for a reason. It's so you're not to spare the rod. Well, why is he doing it? Also, he chastened the ones of whom he loved. Kevin the Dust put it in there. I never knew you. That's one of my scariest verses. But see, the one way I know is that the Lord is chastening those of whom he loved. I know that that's not coming from Satan. It's coming from God. So when you're going up against things, you know, hey, you may have done something. Sometimes you're just being tested. Either way it goes, the Lord is bringing that on you because he loves you and he's trying to make you better, man. So peace and blessings to all the elders in ABT, everybody on stage, Gideon and the entire family. It's good to see y'all. Been away a couple of weeks. Josh, thanks for breaking me back in and getting me back into reading shape there, dear brother. Appreciate you, man. Good Lord.
Praise God. Praise God. You know, I appreciate all your commentary and everything you do for this ministry, man, because you do a lot for this ministry. I mean, a lot. And you know, my prayers are always going out to you and you know, your plight and what you're dealing with. You know, I can definitely identify with what you're going through. You know, I know. You follow what I'm saying? And I'm just always praying that your situation improves and that God smiles upon you and just give you that blessing that I think you deserve. You follow what I'm saying?
Hey, man. Thank you so much, man. And I appreciate you checking on me too, man. You do it every other day. You literally call me, and I appreciate that so much, man. I knew you are a busy guy, but you do take the time to check in on your boy, man. So I definitely appreciate it. And thanks to everybody, all of the family members that have prayed for me. I thank you so much, man. And like y'all say, man, anybody out there, if you ever have to go through taking care of your parents, just know, be patient with love. Treat it like it's something special and learn from it. It's a lot to be learned there, man. So thank you so much, man.
Praise God. Praise God. And Sister Keanu has already gone for tonight, and Gideon is no longer on the mic anymore. That's why I put him to the audience, right? So I guess I'm gonna start with the next person who I saw and just on my screen order, Humble Wolf. Oh, what's up, Humble Wolf?
What's up, brother Josh? I appreciate that. And all praise to the Most High. Thank you for a wonderful class. Thank you, brother
Praise
Kevin
God.
J, for the class and the reading as well. Well, I didn't know what you were going to do with this class at the beginning. At first, I thought you were going to take us to Jeremiah because we know that God reached out to him as a child, and I guess that was kind of surface value, but I really appreciate the class. Now, the thing with like discipline, right? When I first heard you mention it, I usually think of discipline when I'm thinking about like self-discipline, right? So I was kind of thinking about like what we can do inwardly. Going back to your last class about are we straight, right? I was kind of reflecting on myself, and I know that as a child, I'm gonna be straight up. I was very wicked. I kind of gotta accept that instead of like burying things in the past, but you know, we just move forward. And I was just thinking about also how you mentioned it's the parents' responsibilities to make sure we are being on the straight and narrow, we are following this word. And I wanted to ask you if you like remember that book I mentioned to you in the DMs, because there's actually a little something that this class reminded me of.
You said what now? The book that you had DM me?
Well, I didn't DM you the book itself, but I asked you if you've read it before. It's called Atomic Habits. Again, it's not like a
Yeah,
book that's.
I
What's
think
that?
I responded and told you that I haven't. Didn't I say that?
Oh yeah,
I think you
yeah. You said you didn't check it out yet.
Right, yeah.
Something on those lines. But I bring that up because I remember there's a specific thing, like a case in the book where, yes, he pulled it up. I'm going to like paraphrase because I don't want to be on here too long, taking up time. But the author pretty much mentions how there was a Hungarian man named Laszlo Polgar, and he pretty much believed that if he was to grow up in the household teaching his children chess, like making chess very centered in his household, that they grow up enjoying it. And you would see based on like the evidence and the story that he made chess like a constant in his household, and then the children ended up loving it, and they even became like grandmasters. So like his first child was a grandmaster at a certain age, and then slowly but surely the younger children became even better than the older siblings. So that kind of reminded me of like how you mentioned how we should make the faith very centered inside like all of our households.
Yeah. That's remember, disciple means what? Somebody who follows you to learn. So you want your disciples to follow you and learn what you learn. So he did that because he knew it's an influence. See,
Right.
that's why do y'all think they call what do they call it on, let's say, YouTube when you subscribe? What do they call you? They call you a what?
Subscriber.
Y'all tell them on the stage. Yeah, you're a subscriber, but what do they call you? You're a subscriber, what do they call you? A follower. There you go. They call you a follower, right? So a lot of us don't understand it. But guess what? We're disciples to a lot of people on social media. If you are a follower, you're a disciple. Now, that don't mean it's to the extreme of whatever, but y'all know that. You're a follower. That's why you say you got Facebook follower. You got Instagram followers. It's a lot of disciples out there. That's why you got to be careful. And that's why they're also called influencers. Who's supposed to be your primary influence as a child, Humble Wolf?
Our parents.
And who is supposed to be the primary people you follow as a child, Humble Wolf?
Our parents.
So you got these influencers, meaning they're your influence, and you're their followers. So guess what, y'all? A lot of our parents are digital. They're digital. We got a lot of social media parents. And that's why we take that crap that they tell us out into the real world as if that's our own mommy and daddy telling us that. But that's not always bad, because a lot of digital influence, I'm a digital influencer. That's what we're using right now. Discord, YouTube, Twitch, right? And I'm giving y'all stuff that y'all follow, but y'all ain't really following me in so much as you're following Christ. Y'all follow me as I follow Christ. You follow what I'm saying?
Right.
So if you are a teacher and you got students, they are your disciples. Y'all are my disciples. Y'all are not disciples in the sense of Jesus level, like I'm Jesus, but disciple just mean a student or somebody who follows you to learn from you. I can show you in the New Testament where I describe other people who didn't follow Jesus as disciples. It's just a general word. People say disciples, he calls y'all his disciples. He think he Jesus. Y'all mad at words again. Disciple just means students. So if I called y'all students, would that be acceptable? I'm not mad at words. That's what that means. Every pastor, every teacher, every leader has disciples. It just means students or pupils. But disciples mean, the word disciple pertains to discipline though. See, it emphasizes and indicates and implies discipline is involved in the following. That means not blindly following, but following with a certain set of discipline.